Oh,
Back into the mix.
too strong then. That's close. Still up there. Oh,
Back into the mix.
too strong then. That's close. Still up there. Oh,
Back into the mix.
too strong then.
Boy. Where's the remote? It's I said, what the heck? fucking is.
We got spotted by drone.
Everybody get up, it's time to slam now. We got a real jam going down. Welcome to the Space Jam. Here's your chance, do your dance at the Space Jam. Alright. What's anyway? You put your lips together and DraftKings, an official sports betting partner of the NFL.
Delightful. Really delightful. I'm the Glumglow Gum Killer. I love books, and this basement is a true treasure trove. I am the Glumglow Gum Killer, the Schwabble Double Wabble Double Feather Blubber Blub. I'm full of schwibble glibber kind. I am the yeast of thoughts and mind. Schwabble Double Glibber Glubber Schwibble Schwab Glub. Dibble Double Schwibble Schwabble Glibber Glub Schwab. Schwabble Double Glibber Glubber Schwibble Schwab Glub. Dibble Double Schwibble Schwabble Glibber Schwab Glub. Ooh, ha ha ha. Splendid. Simply delicious.
I always want to do this.
So, you're supposed to be Tom's best friend that he won't shut up about. Well, I don't see the appeal.
That is very gross. I have no idea.
Meow? Oh, come on. I took 9 million steps today. Hello, Pinch Boy.
Oh, Titsy.
Folks, please, I haven't cancer. Maybe I'll be zombie.
I'm already zombie.
What about it?
Number 15, Burger King foot lettuce. What's the last thing you want in your burger? King Burger is someone's foot. Yes. That's
Jack Jabba! Be gone, son! My name is Booit. I'm the fastest man alive. A special move. High kick. Ha! Ah! 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 Not only ah!
Wake the up, samurai. We have a city to burn. Check this out.
Your first assignment is the last thing you have to worry about with Jag. Get homework help customized to your courses. Include
Who is Ninja Twitch? What does that even mean? Does Ninja have a wife? I do. Her name is Jessica. Her last name is Blevins. Her alias is Jacobs. She's not a big one, unfortunately, so sad face. It is Ninja that. Jessica. Her last name is Blevins. Her alias is Jagosty. And she died of ligma, unfortunately, so sad face. Is Ninja dead? Not right now, but I usually am about 10 hours a day. Is Ninja a hacker? I do. Does Ninja curse? A lot. Yeah, dude, if you guys watch my live stream. Does Ninja... Dude, if you guys watch my live stream.
Oh, what the heck? Oh, you're in here. Oh, what's up, bro? Boo booty boo doom boom. You just heard the thick Omni Man song. Boo booty boo boo boo. I'm on my alternate account, and YouTube is a weird place. If you don't have years of experience on your account, YouTube recommends some weird stuff. And even when you do have your account for a long time, they still recommend weird stuff.
Baba Booit. Baba Booit. Baba Booit. Baba Booit.
Like that. That's in my recommended. I didn't search that up. That's in my recommended.
So yeah, I like FPSs. What can I say? There's nothing like the rush of hunting people down and killing them. I mean, my heart's beating, my hands are shaking, but I'm still shooting. I'm still getting the headshots. It's like boom, headshot, boom, headshot, boom, headshot.
Steve, you've got to help me. I'm stuck.
Get 8 semesters of paid, hands-on work experience at Berry. Your resume will thank you.
I am the Glove Gecko.
Da baby. Da be. Da be.
Fucking shoot. So fucking annoying, I swear.
I'm semi-automatic. Money added multiply. I call it mathematics. I'm semi-automatic. Money added multiply. I call it mathematics. I'm semi-automatic. Money added multiply. I call it mathematics.
I slammed my penis in the car door. You slammed your penis in the car door.
Shabba Google like a needle.
Let me have a try. Open sesame.
Doll baby. The baby.
El bebé en español. Oh Lord, Jason made another one. Ja, está en el correo, se va. Ella gusta como bueno, colonia. He firmado un contrato, sí. Sí. Voy donde quiero, bien. Juega si tú quieres, hazlo. Soy un joven patrón. Sí.
Doll baby. The baby. Doll baby.
Und ich nehm Songs auf um Mitternacht.
Doll baby. The baby.
Du bébé foncé. Oh Lord, Jason made another one.
The baby.
The baby.
La Repubblica, pubblicare sulla Repubblica. In un istante la tua furia si fa cura delle masse per le istanze di chiusura.
Bruh.
Verbal lace beatbox.
Want a Sprite cranberry? Hey! Bum, 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 bam, 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 bam. The thirstiest time of the year. I had just one query.
Want a Sprite cranberry?
The answer is clear.
It's the thirstiest time.
Of the year. Let's go.
It's the thirstiest time of the year.
I had just one query. I'm Sprite cranberry.
It's the thirstiest time of the year.
Let's go. These memes are stupid.
Verbal lace beatbox.
This is my kingdom come.
This is my kingdom come. This is my kingdom come. This is my.
Looking for something different?
What is going on, bro? What is going on, bro?
Now and get up to
Oh my
20%
God,
back
what
in
is
travel
this?
credits by using promo code RENTAL20. Welcome back to travel.
Oh
Booking.com.
my God.
There you are. Hello. Yeah. You wouldn't hit a guy with glasses, would you? Please let me out.
I'm gonna wreck it.
What? Hey, everybody. It's me, Mickey Mouse. Say.
Yes, hello. I would. That goes.
What trash rates from an army guy? Here is a penguin, don't know why.
The general car insurance. It'll worry whoever you...
And now, an exclusive sneak peek of Frozen 2. Click here.
guy with glasses, would you? Please let me out. I'm gonna. Can I put my ball?
Water. Earth.
Hey, SpongeBob.
Yes, Squidward.
Spell tuna sub backwards.
No, Squidward. No, don't say it.
Tuna sub backwards is bust a nut. That's what I am gonna do. On your face.
Well then, spell Squidward backwards.
That's easy. Squidward backwards is drody.
Paimon! Why are you looking at me like that?
Moment.
What an exotic creature. Is it edible?
Doing your mouth. Doing.
Yeah. Yes.
Hello anyway, so I will not be making a SKE dub.
Here we go.
No! Alright. I think the coast is going. Yeah. It's been 9 months.
Oh.
Kroger. Stop paying full price on Best Buy. If you're a PC gamer, here's the way
Oh
you
my
can save a ton of
god,
money
that
on
hit
PC.
though.
So Capital One
That
Properties
hit
is the online
though.
extension that automatically snags deals.
Hey! Friday the 13th. That shit so mean, that shit so mean, that shit so clean. I spit a 16. It's so hard to bust the whole spleen. Yeah, I know kung fu. Kick you in the chest, beat up or out too. Then you gon' be like boo 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 boo. Maybe you better go and get the toilet tissue. Oops, I mean toilet paper out. Water is out. You know what I'm about. I don't play around, but if you're gonna take me, trust your boy can go on 10 rounds. Round 2, night of consumers. I got a food one that I ate. Shoot from the 3-point line, that's a swish. I got a lot of Swiss, that's cheese. Oh, that's money. Well, you looking kinda funny. I jump high, we call them bunnies.
We got him, but.
Living like a boss, so much love, ain't all it, let me switch it off it, ready to get my money up, niggas talking all that shit, better get your money up, sick of the shows, and I'm sick of the nonsense, bet you dig my damn shit, that's money, my dividends, niggas talking shit, I give you a backhand,
Give you a backhand.
Out of the consumers. Y'all niggas calling me a boomer. But I don't feel that though. I'm not 50 fucking years old. I'm only 27. Hope I don't die. If I die, I go to heaven. Say what's up to Jesus. Facts. You know, working at the grocery store, setting up the racks. You know what it is. I might throw it back. If the beat fire, if the tunnel's rolling through, if the beat fire, I might do something to you. If that beat fire, I got the my belt loop. I don't have no toolies. The only toolie I got, bro, is school drivers. Maybe I am a boomer.
Simple, healthy.
Yeah, boomer. Yeah, bruh.
I think consumers is a
Yo, that fool. Listen, it's Friday the 13th.
wait.
That shit so mean, that shit so clean, that shit so clean. I spit a 16. It's so hard to
Dash?
yeah, I know kung fu.
They collabed. Oh my god. They collabed.
I don't play around, but if you wanna test me, trust your boy can go on 10 rounds. Round 2, night of consumers.
Corey? Yo.
I got a
Oh, this is lit already.
shoot from the 3-point line, that's a swish. I got a lot of Swiss, that's cheese.
Oh my god. They really went all out for
It's
this.
kinda funny. I jump high, we call them bunnies.
Dante. Oh my gosh. They went all out for this cipher. I'm so like hyped.
Out of the consumers.
Okay, Berlizzi.
Boom, boom, boom. Certified hood classic, bro. Bro, what?
Yo, all that fool. 13. That shit is so mean. That shit is so lean. That shit is so clean. I spit a 16. Hit you so hard it'll bust your whole spleen. Yeah, I know kung fu. Kick you in the chest, beat up or out too. Then you won't be like boo hoo hoo hoo. Man, you
Go, where'd you drop those arrows? Fuck. Dude, no he's... One drop. Hit him 70.
Watch out, I'm open this guy.
Nice. Up top. I knocked one. One shot! Fuck. He died to storm, he died to storm, he died to storm.
This place is clean AF. And fresh. And fresh.
Man, I've been playing for weeks now and I've made hardly any progress in this game. You should switch to Raid Shadow Legends. Yep, and you'll get a legendary champion in your first week.
It's trying to verify my humanity, man!
But you know what's even funnier than watching prank phone calls?
Who is this?
You have a son named Joe Mama?
Joe Mama. Well, listen up, Joe. I hate to break it to you, but flying is impossible. Listen, you cross-ages cheapskate. Squidward's been living at my house, driving me crazy.
Dude, he's still on the phone. He's still on the phone.
Dude, he's still on the phone.
Who are you?
I'm Dave Newell.
Are you a beetle?
No.
Is there anybody else here?
No, it's just me, Dave Newell.
Oh, I thought there'd be like homo person.
Yeah, or at least like Ringo or
Or
something.
something.
Do you want to pretend to be Ringo?
Yes, I...
Hey, Mr. Krabs.
Why do you look so sad, SpongeBob?
I was not feeling well yesterday, Mr. Krabs. So I went...
Pinwheel.
Pinwheel.
Introducing Nickelodeon. Children's programming that's fit for children. 13 hours of programming a day, 7 days a week. That will make them wonder, laugh, ponder, and think. We took everything that was wrong with children's television and got rid of it. We kept everything that was good about it and made it better. The result?
Gotta stop this. It can destroy all its systems.
Alright, so here we are, one of the elephants. Cool thing about these guys is that they have really, really, really long trunks, and that's cool. And that's pretty much all there is to say. Alright, so here we are. Alright, so here we are. Alright, so here we are, one of the elephants.
The first video on YouTube. Wampa wampa wamp. Wampa wampa wamp.
The freak was that? Welcome to NBA 2K18. Yes, it is true. The greatest 2K YouTuber of all time is returning. Ankle Breaker is back, babe. I'm just kidding. I'm probably the worst NBA 2K player of all time. Basically, before we get into NBA 2K18, we have to create our player. To create our player, we have to do this face scan thing. Oh my gosh, I gotta sign in again. All right, so we're gonna, we're gonna get in and we're gonna scan ourselves. Guys, it's finally done. The first step in creating your custom head is now complete. It's now due to add finishing details. Let's see how it turned out. What is that? Oh my god, it's so disgusting. All right, let's put some hair on him. I mean, it's time to follow Ankle Breaker on his long, illustrious career. Let's go. 2K Sports presents. This our man right here. A visual concept production. This our man right here.
Spotlight clear of the Knights of Favonius reporting for duty. There's some more, but, I forgot. I'm not so good at remembering. Sparks and flash! Throw them all up!
Heavily suggested. I heavily suggested. I mean, they're gonna find me.
I have a challenge for all of you. Go to every computer in your house, your mom's, your dad's, your sister, your brother's computer, and install Honey. Wait, Mom, before you check out, Do you have Honey installed?
What's Honey?
Oh, no. It's a free browser add-on that automatically applies coupon codes when you check out online.
So what's the catch?
There is no catch. My mom wants to buy these 3 jackets online. They cost $639. Before you check out, Mom, do you just open a new tab and then type in joinhoney.com? Now just click Add to Chrome. Perfect. Now hit Apply Coupon Code. Give Honey 5 seconds, and boom! It found a coupon code for $221. We're literally about to check out without Honey. That is a sin. Install Honey. It's free and only takes 2 clicks to install. There's no reason not to go to joinhoney.com right now on every computer in your house.
Look at the glasses, son. Look at him, bro. Dang! The boy got rated. Bro, with the glasses on is too freaking funny, bro. Yo, ew. Oh, this is crazy. Oh my God.
Hey, are you here, Ball? Shoot. Are you here, Ball?
Yeah, I'm here, Ball. Yeah, with this attitude, dang.
Please don't try today. There are a lot of places here, and no one has had their registration for our ID out.
What registration thing?
Well, how do you know?
You get a bag?
You got a confirmation email?
Yeah, it should have been attached to that email. During the was crazy.
Can I fill it out?
Oh, so I'm like going to the tournament
Have to,
or
so
something.
might as well.
All right. So choose your position: center, point guard, shooting guard. We about to be a shooting guard. Oh yeah. Primary skill: passing and ball handling. Guys, I don't understand this. Shot creating, and then passing and ball handling. Oh, with the ankle breaker. Oh, choose our height. We're gonna be 6'3". I like that height. From Costa Rica. How about Detroit? Archetype, playmaking, shot creator, shooting guard, ankle breaker, and self. Y'all with these problems?
Just DJ.
Just DJ.
First name D, last name J.
I will get to you when I get to you.
Come on, I'm trying to
I will
ball.
get to you when I get to you.
Dang. What's going on?
You're good. Yeah.
Why is my name DJ?
Just a little bit, but in the meantime, you can get this over there. Okay. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I am the ugliest. Dude look like a dang. He got stung by a bee or something. He allergic.
Yo, isn't that Ronnie 2K next to Russ?
Yep, there's lots of people here. It goes Rachel from NBA 2K TV over there.
Oh, yeah. Hey, maybe I should introduce myself.
Yeah, why's that?
Because I'm going to be on the cover of 2K one day.
He's so happy.
Yo, what up, ATM?
What up, dog?
Oh, my Bryce. We only gas up around here, man.
Anyways.
I'm DJ. Remember me? First name D, last name J?
Oh,
No.
yeah.
Stop it.
Oh, hey, I know you. You the kid that quit ball for a couple years trying to be the next Funk Flex. I mean, what happened? DJ ain't paying out for you? Now, what you need to be doing is worrying about making it to that showdown game at the end. That's all the good players, all the dudes who's been real about this life. That's what we
Excuse me? How do you want to be? How do you want to respond? Be friendly? Nah, second. You ain't talking to me like that.
And you are? Oh, you don't know?
Nah.
ATM.
ATM, that's pretty interesting, man. Is that because your game can only give out $200 at a time?
Incredible. You're
All right,
fine.
that was kind of late.
Whenever you need it.
All right.
We'll find out. We'll see you out there, ATM.
My dude. Ankle breaker's stunting on these seconds.
Listen to your assignments and head on up to the courts. Get ready to ball.
I can walk around? Yo! I think that's where we gotta go.
Okay, competition's looking nice.
Yo! Hey, it's Asian over here. Hold on, let me get on the court one time, though. Ankle bracelet. Bro, why my name gotta be DJ? Oh, this dude's trash. Hey, yo, calm down. We gotta verse them in a second. That was ATM. Now we gotta verse them.
Keep up for the winner. That concludes another game. We'll be right up another game soon.
Oh, hands no. You ain't even doing it right. You like, come on, man.
My freeze frame. Yep, that's me, DJ. Probably wondering why I'm about to get roasted by dudes who take playing ball seriously. Guess I should have stayed a DJ. Left ball into the profession.
No, you're talking too long. Your head looks like a box.
It's like that.
So you can back up that big mouth with change?
We about to see.
Yeah, ooh, oh, yeah. And I'm about to make me some change. No dollar bills.
Incredible.
All right. Yeah, give me the ball. Give me the ball. All right. Wait, whoa. I didn't even mean to do that. Oh, I'm being him. Bro, I want ATM, bro. Bro, pass me the ball. Just pass me the ball. I got this under control. All right. How do you just pass it? Oh, dude, did I finish? Good job. Come on. This dude DJ talking all that mess. Go pass it. Pass it to the MVP. I got it. What? Whoa. Let's go. Don't need times. You can't even make those. Oh, yeah, give me that. Bro, pass that here. All you gotta do is pass it to me, baby boy. Let's go get this done. Right here. Oh! Let's go. I got it. Let's go. Get off me. What else I gotta do? What else do I have to? Oh my gosh, help! Hey, I said I called for help. What? Why is you taking contested threes for? Bro, this dude. Good rebound. Right here. Boom. Oh my goodness. Oh, let's go. I'm telling you, I'm breaking them down. Let's go. Easy money. Come on, lay that up. Come on, boy. Easy. Let's go. Tie game. Now all we got to do is hit a three. Defense. Clamps. Hey, clamp them up. Clamps! Let's go, Bill! Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Easy! Come on! Game boy, baby, boy! Pass the ball. You got no handles like me. Move! I'm going up! Why am I under the rim, bro? Let's go! I see you, teammate! Let's go! I mean, I had to do all the work, but...
What was with that dude calling all the fouls?
Because it was a foul, man. Y'all not...
Nah.
Y'all ain't playing ball, y'all playing karate.
Hey, ATM, you talking low money, baby. You like to pop up that.
Exactly.
Very impressive. Gentlemen, your squad had quite the lean and hungry look out there. Yeah, we killed it. Oh, you killed it? But what's the next step? Money to eat. What you kill. Now you guys are gonna have to start making money. This is tough, right? So when you're ready to do that, keep on. Play hard. You get a car.
Hey, man, don't giving this dude no car. This dude is trash, man.
Are you serious?
You need to know.
I'd love to know you. I'm gonna get to know you too. Yeah, very much so. And try to lose that car. Come on, seriously, keep that close and give me a holler.
You ain't earned
that. No, come on, let's talk about you and your play. Amazing skills. You freaking hater.
Let's get everyone down to the VIP area. We're just about ready to announce the players for the showdown game on the 11 court.
Yo, DJ, I want you to get your gear and see if they let you DJ this event. That's the only way you can get to the showdown game.
That's funny. You must really like saying my name. That's okay, Lou Penny, because you about to hear it again.
Your DJ skills better than your jokes.
All right, players, don't waste too much time. We've seen some amazing
Come on, please. You played so good.
Shown out, and to honor the top players of this year's event, we've selected the best of the best for our final showdown game up on the 11 court.
Come on.
So, obviously you wouldn't be here today if you weren't already legit ballers. But we can only pick 10 of them. That's right. The top 10 coming up here with the showdown game. So, in no particular order, here we go. Hot Sizzles.
Come on. DJ.
Smelly Bob.
DJ, aka Ankle Breaker.
Ankle Bracelet.
Oh, I was about to say Breaker.
Above the rim.
DJ, come on, I got like 15 more. Oh my gosh.
Itty Bitty.
Are you serious?
Little Dish.
All right, guys.
Jamal.
Time to get the DJ gear out, because...
Concepcion.
Looks like I'm not
okay, last but not least, the anticipation mounts. Drum roll, please.
Come on. Let's go.
ATM, give me my ball back. Give me my ball back. ATM, what? You want to buy my old DJ equipment, because you need a fallback, bro. The baby falls and say you...
Get back.
Before we get this final game is screwed around away, let's take the joint win with us to great event.
Yo,
we'll really throw it down. Nice job, guys.
Let's go. Look at me. Y'all got me.
Hey, can we grab you for a sec?
Yeah, let's go.
Hold up, is this for 2K TV?
Yeah, it is. We just want to get a couple comments about the event today. That's cool.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm
You look so
Rachel,
happy.
Matthew Jordan, proving ground with the newest street ball sensation, DJ. DJ played awesome. A lot of people were watching you today. How does it feel being out there?
It's a lot of fun. I mean, you had so many great guys out there. The competition's fierce, and
be modest.
Just happy we got to win the showdown game.
Yeah, I'm a savage, pretty much.
All right, DJ, we all want to know what is next for you.
Hey, good game out there, DJ.
Oh, hey, Dan.
Damian Lillard?
Damian Lillard just told me good game.
You played like a superstar today, and there were so many people watching.
Yeah, I guess. I'm sorry. What was your question?
It's all good. We all want to know what is next for you.
NBA. Really too short. I mean,
NBA.
100% vote to basketball, so I guess we'll see what happens. But let me say, for 2K TV, I will be on the cover of the game.
Well, we are definitely rooting for you. You played awesome
It's
today.
an NBA
Thank you for coming on the show.
Thanks, Rachel.
His mom, yo, go to the kids on the lips. Come on, bro.
Oh, DJ, you got a good motor, man. That's just running straight up there. You got a good looking jumper. Sweet. Nice form. Listen, your elbows popping out when you go off the dribble, okay? Thanks, man. I'll work on it. Excuse me. No, I'm sorry. I run scouting for the Detroit Pistons. Yeah, I'm glad you're back.
It's the Pistons logo on his shirt.
I watched you Sunday to hear you. And then I hear that you're going to throw it all away to do some music. No. Listen, we're having a workout tomorrow. Have you signed with an agent yet?
No.
No, I don't. I'm still working on it. DJ, I can't really talk to you. Most of the contact between the teams and the players we're looking into is supposed to go to an agent. So, thanks for your time. Good job.
What? I didn't know. Yeah, I got an agent. Bro, they never asked me.
Right now, I think it's free money.
Hey, B, you have to believe this. It was great, right? It was a scout from the Detroit Pistons. And they want me to try out for the team.
Try out like you could be on the team?
Yes, but what? But he said, he asked me if I had an agent, and I had to tell no because I don't.
No, but he offered you a tryout.
Yes, he offered me a tryout.
Let's get you an agent.
I don't know any people.
Yo, I know this dude. I don't know any people. Little Twin, Little Tasty, you know what I'm talking about? They had that casting thing was a commercial.
No, you didn't get the commercial.
But he told me when and where it was.
He never went to the commercial. I'm good. I don't want to meet Andre, but thank you. Okay? Look, hold up. This dude was handing out business cards from the Jordan event earlier. Wait, let me tell you what's up. Hey, you at the Jordan event wanted to come by the office to talk.
Yo, come on.
Hold on, I got some. He said, yeah, he's got an office nearby. He's sending the location right now. All right, I gotta go. Hey, hold on.
Hey, go get it.
Oh, B, take the ball. You
got the butterfingers. Come on, man. Go. Hey, get it, man. Get it. Hey, Andre, we got Andre the backup, though. We need Andre.
Nah.
Yo.
We're good.
What just happened?
All right, you guys. We're going to end it here. I don't know how long this video is because I've been recording for an hour and a half. If you guys want another NBA 2K18 on me, it's DJ, a.k.a. Ankle Breaker. He's about to show the world who he is. That like button is waiting for you. Bless you for 30K likes. More 2K18. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this. Subscribe to the Samurai. Until next time, my brothers.
This guy puts his like button way too low. Seriously, only once in 30K? He gets like triple that.
I'll be right there. Why can't I move? I can't go over there. I can't move. 皆さん、こんばんは、こんばんは、失礼します。じゃあ、今日は日本のビデオゲームをしそうです。And then do it. See, in Japanese, one of the cool things is... Oh, who did that? You see the cops, man? They always shoot people. Y'all gotta admit, my plan of attack was lit. Batman sleep. And you need parents to be great. What's up, Gotham? Batman here, aka Black Man here, and welcome to Batman. Okay, I'm done with that voice. And I might be done with this mask in like 20 minutes, but some YouTubers going to here and welcome to Batman, the Telltale series. Yeah, another 5-part episodic game by Telltale. They're gonna 5-part episodic everything. They're gonna make a game called Life. It's gonna have 5 parts. Anyway, you guys have told me really good things about this game. I'm pretty excited. Batman, he's an enigma to me, all right? Like, sometimes I really like Batman. And other times I find Batman super annoying. Episode 1. Let's get it. This game series adapts to the choices you make. The story is tailored by how you play. Good old Telltale. Oh, yeah. Let's get it. Gotham City. City Hall, 832. What's going on, dude? Hey, what is... Oh! Jay! Are we starting this? Coming in hot, alright. I still haven't decided. Are we on it? Are we gonna be true Batman?
You think he's gonna show? Bring the whole place down. We'll be out here before anyone can stop us.
Oh, snap. Are we gonna be true Batman and not kill people? Or are we killing everybody? He's done. Christ.
Move in.
Oh no. Oh no. It's coming down! Chuck, I can tell that was happening.
Go on the 52nd floor. I'm going in there.
Hey, wait! Oh no. Oh no, it's coming down! I can tell that was happening.
Go on the 52nd floor. I'm going in there.
Hey, wait for backup! No, I don't need it, seriously.
I heard stories, you know. Sent from home in an ambulance. The rest in body bags. One of the cops wanted dead. Hey, you ever seen him? Yeah, Gotham Zoo. Probably a fly animal.
Talking that bad trash. Let's go. Yep, you know what time it is. Huh? Look at this idiot. Look at him still like, shit, Rex. He can shoot me right now, like. What the? Oh, why are you playing with our emotions?
I'll keep doing this. I have to. No one else will. Oh, every drop of blood, everything you've sacrificed. The city is safer now. Let's make you a target.
Let's go! Everybody get out of the freaking way! Yes, sir! Yes, sir! Ooh, your boy Spidey's back. I didn't expect for that to go for that long. I'm just hyped, that's all. See, I woke up this morning, package, front door, bada bada boom, pow, PS5. Sony, I don't know what possessed you to hit me up, PlayStation. I just want to say thank you for providing this free PlayStation 5 for me. I didn't even ask. They just sent me. Look at this. Look at this. Mwah, magnifique. The UI is so crisp and clean. They also sent your boy, Spider-Man Miles Morales. PlayStation, just marry me already. Take me. That's what we plan today, boys. Oh. Look at the graphics. Look at his feet. That lineup. Look at the fingerprint on the headphones. Look at the Timbs. They put my boy in the Yadas. I already know y'all Samurai Slicer like that. I already know. Your boy's in high spirits today. I got the PS5 and I got the Spider-Man. There's only one more thing that can make me happier, and that's Samurai Slicing that like them. Give me the trifecta, all right? Black Man, Black Spider-Man, PS5, gameplay, on time, did they come out? Come on. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. If y'all just hook me up with the trifecta, my birthday was a couple days ago. I'm having a good week, and I can hear y'all in the comments. You didn't even finish Spider-Man. Great. Listen, he's black. We're finishing this. Okay, yes. We're gonna finish Spider-Man. We're gonna finish Ghost of Tsushima. We got Demon Souls. It's a lot. It's a lot. But that's a good thing. It's always a good thing. I'm a black man playing a black Spider-Man. If you thought I wasn't about to rap over this, the name's Miles Morales. I live in my palace, no persona. I'm not playing, and my phone is freaking going off. Yeah. I'm not playing, though. Your boy is freaking popping off. Name is Corey Kitchen, and I got the freaking katana gun. Name is Corey Kitchen, and I'm on a mission. I'm up on this train. I'm not going insane. No. I'm in my brain. I do this thing. I'm not playing no games. Actually, I am. It's a PS5, and I'm so alive. I'm not about to die, and I'm feeling fine. And I'm not 9. 9 times 9 is 81, and I'm not done. The bars keep coming. I'm just having fun. If you mess with me, I'll shoot you with a gun, and it's not fake.
They say I walk like a king, talk like a king. You can next around now, say the same thing.
Pops, we still meeting today?
Hey,
I
baby.
got back from you.
I'm working. Yeah, sorry. They wrapped up my own stuff. But I'm free now. Where?
Sweet. 78th and West End.
78? By the Science Center? Why there?
You'll see. Don't be late.
All right, we got a date to get to. Subject for Great Kitchen. Welcome back to Spider-Man, Miles Morales. Science Center? Why there?
You'll see. Don't be late.
All right, we got a date to get to. Subject for Great Kitchen. Welcome back to Spider-Man, Miles Morales. I don't know how many likes the first episode got because I'm literally recording it straight after. So hopefully y'all killed it. I'm guessing the first video probably got about 300K likes. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I know my samurai. Wrap it up, everybody. Wrap it up. Let's freaking do it again. The last episode we started the game. Peter Parker, the original Spider-Man, is on a trip to Europe, and so he left New York City to us. Check the outfit. Check the outfit. Yeah, we gonna work on that. We gotta get to it. Let's get over it. Front lip. Back lip. Oh my god. I have to escape these gen up the street and grab hostages. Nah. Call somebody up. Call Batman. All right, here we are. We got the date, baby. Everybody smell good? There she goes, too. Hey, girl.
Hey.
Don't call me
Fire
Molasses.
escape shakier than it used to be.
I'm Spider-Man. Let me jump up there. acting like he weak pro, you know. It's romantic. So, this is why you wanted to meet here.
Almost bailed. You took so long. Give me a hand. It's
Why
stuck.
we breaking in? You know they shoot us on site, right? Oh, time capsule seen better days.
You remember the combination?
Yeah, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Man, it's
Y'all gotta start remembering this code. I was gonna be around to tell you.
We'll remember. We'll remember.
I remember. Yeah, good. Now,
oh, that's her brother.
put inside this bad boy.
Secret
That's
time
her brother.
capsule.
He's dead.
Only Miles and I know.
Oh, that's right. Keep it secret. Keep it safe.
Hey, Rich, you gonna take that job at Roxxon or what?
Why? You gonna take it if I don't?
Maybe. Waiting to see the offer.
Okay, competition, eh? Well, they're talking a good game. Want me to, energy group. You know me.
Clean power. Save the world.
I love my nerdy fan club. Oh, speaking of devil, Roxxon, back in a second.
It's a long flashback. We know the code
You
now.
remember the code, right?
Yeah, 0, 1, 1, Fibonacci sequence.
Nice.
Ooh, I didn't realize, but yes.
Our reward.
I mean, our energy converter was pretty fire.
Truth. You think it's still on display at
Hear
the
that?
Science Center?
Using verbiage like fire. That's what we do. I've done it hundreds of times. That's fire, bro. Look at that. That's fire, bro. Oh, this be fire, cut. Hello. Oh, hey, man. I'm actually working, so how long does it take? No. Let me record. My mic is over here. Oh, my gosh. That was a blessing. That was a blessing. God, thank you for helping me realize that. My mic was in the wrong place. I hope so. Wow. Look at this. Uber Central. Great looking suave. Hey, where's your brother?
Yeah.
Something going on with him? You guys fight or something?
No. No fight.
Hey,
It's fine.
get it out! Dealer. Oh, that's not you. Come on, we're gonna be late. Here we go. Get the Thames. Hey, dude, I'm still filling your suit with snow. Are you still wearing your suit? Yeah, just in case. It's gonna be fine. You're probably gonna be hot. All right, where we going?
These days is my favorite part of living in Harlem. How much street fair, nice to see. Awesome. He's out doing. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, that's really cool.
Oh, you're welcome.
Coming up. Even now, Foxconn is transporting Newborn in experimental fuel across the city, but they won't tell us the risks.
What the frick is happening?
This message is from Roxxon.
The Tinkerer.
The man you answer to, Simon Krieger, is a killer. This plaza is a monument.
Oh god, I'm in trouble. Yeah, not so
Back into the mix.
Please calm down. That's close.
Back into the mix.
Nice, that's huge.
Got pocketed like shit. Jesus.
Pocketed, bitch.
Nice. Fucking shit. So fucking annoying, I swear.
Do you like playing tabletop games but can't be in the same place at the
Oh,
same
please, make it snipe. Oh, I quick scoped him. No, that guy's mad. The drake's not even sweet. It's just good.
No! Oh, they sold us! Oh, you're so fucking lucky!
Say it again, Dexter. again, Dexter.
First down for Bears.
Johnson, can you read my last donut? Mark Sensei. Boy Slimy donated $1 and said, Mark Sensei in my Rock League was, can you help me train? I want to rage and smack niggas like you. Well, let me help you. So all you gotta do is be a real ass nigga from day one. If you wasn't a real ass nigga on day one, then start at day 10. If you're not at day 10, you gotta start. But once you start to be a real ass nigga, you cannot back out at times that is convenient for you to not be a real ass nigga no more. You have to be a real ass nigga day and night, morning and evening.
Enlisted is the free, brand new online World War II shooter. Command a squad of soldiers and participate in legendary battles of the...
Alright, man. Are we starting shit?
We get it. Alright.
Let's get this shit. Hey, wait, did you put the donations going down, Dylan?
Nah, they like did an update. We gotta update that hoe.
So it can't work?
Nah, not tonight.
Damn.
One person get this, everybody else go beat.
Shit.
They're on that bitch.
Are you there? Right there, right there. Let's start communication off right now.
Get over there.
I got Johnny. Johnny, I think.
I just killed Rage.
I got Danny.
Fuck.
Pulling up the thing.
Got Slink on.
Gotta get B. Contested. Oh, well, I thought I had regular grenades on. Fuck. Gotta change my shit.
I think nobody's they are there in the back.
Almost.
Yeah, they're watching it back there.
Get on it. I'm on it.
They're going around.
Oh, fuck.
So, I'm trying to select. Fuck. Oh, yeah, we finna fight over this.
I wish we had that right now.
Come on.
Nice.
Get to it.
I'm on it. What? This nigga did not kill me.
I'll kill.
Man, is this a UMP? Is this the right gun?
Get on.
Oh, wow.
Oh, shit.
Came on straight.
On top of the tank.
Snipe, bro. What you doing?
Got
What?
I don't know, behind the tank.
Get over there.
Get over there. It's open right now.
Go.
Middle pick. Middle.
I got three of them. Y'all should be able to get it. Push that. Yeah, push it.
I'm here.
Right, middle.
Hey, one person behind the
Ah!
Oh, I got. Fuck. Hey,
Oh my gosh.
on it.
About time. Fuck yes.
Multiple enemy spy
Keep throwing grenades. Keep fighting over. We gotta fight like we don't have it.
Ah, fuck.
Oh my gosh.
Push that, push that.
Get on it, get on it, get on it, get on it.
Throwing shit.
Yeah, I should have changed my
I'm on it, I'm still on it.
They're coming through the inside, they're coming through the inside.
I got him.
Stay on it, stay on it, stay on it.
Stay on it.
Watch it in the back. They're coming around, they're coming around.
They gotta be coming from somewhere.
Yeah. Oh, they're coming.
Oh, they might have switched spawns. They might have switched spawns.
Yeah, they're coming around.
Oh, I see. Oh, nice Astro Thunder.
Fight Dax right. Fuck.
Get C.
What the fuck is going on? My shit just lag.
Middle.
Take C.
Y'all take C. They taking A.
Take C, John.
Alright, kill me.
Still on B, y'all.
Get it, leave it. No, we got it. They're taking A, actually. Yeah, we got it.
They getting B
They're
quickly.
taking B.
They're getting B.
So, oh my
Damn,
god.
that nigga.
From middle.
One person's going.
These niggas
He's in the middle.
hella fast.
Sam.
Oh my gosh.
Damn it.
Grenades on the flank.
Stay on it, stay on it.
Got Danny.
Back front.
Nice shot.
I'm going back around. I'm going the other way.
Okay.
Alright.
Fuck, middle.
Got 2 of them. Got 3 of them.
They backed off.
Nice.
Oh my fucking gosh.
Good shit.
What is fast reload?
Let's go, John.
Get B.
What's fast reload?
On it. Get on it.
Good job.
Got 1.
Behind us,
Got 2. Got 3.
I got him.
I'm gonna do something to these boys.
Back up. Fight. We still here.
Going middle.
Got 4.
Hey, right here.
Oh, nice.
Oh, shit. I think John got him already.
Alright, they must be trying to snake somewhere.
It's like lagging like shit.
I know it was lagging bad.
No, I didn't lag.
Oh shit,
Back on the tank. Right, they're going right. Yeah, good.
Oh, one more person.
I put a napalm on there. Oh no.
But it's cool. I got another napalm too, man.
I got you, Dylan.
There we go.
I'm not gonna use it.
Oh, why is this reload so fucking slow?
Oh, I didn't get.
God damn.
Right here.
Got him.
Good shit, Ben.
One more person coming.
I'm on it.
Hold it down.
You got it.
Got 2 of them.
Behind us, y'all.
I got him behind y'all.
Good shit.
Okay.
Get that nigga right there behind that. They got spot. I got it. That's spot.
Got you. Good shit.
I think they're coming around the back way.
Let's go, Jay.
They flipped our spot. Never mind.
Fuck. They take it.
Stop playing with me.
One person at B.
Stop playing with me.
Get him off
Oh, wait, I got it. Oh, shit.
Stop playing with me.
Fuck.
Get your head up, bitch.
Yeah.
One more time. Get on it.
You stop it! I like that shit!
You know what I'm saying? What I can.
Good shit, John. We need that! We need that, John! That's what I like to see, John!
That nigga John is working the fuck out, bro. Let's keep playing. Keep this shit up.
Bruh. Oh, I'm watching RDC 101 right now.
Y'all keep up stuff.
What are you still doing
I got a few
awake?
kill streaks too.
I killed him too.
Mm,
I got one person go get ours and everybody else.
Let's stay solid.
Alright. Go different ways. I got C. Oh yeah, that's you. So they don't all come around and get us. I said they farm ready too. They definitely should go. Oh yeah, they already throwing it. They farm over here. Right, they already. We got it. Finish C. Oh wow. Where you at?
Oh, fuck.
You ready? Come on, get it.
Get on it.
Oh my gosh.
I got it.
What the fuck? Come on, give me my shit.
I'm napalm.
Nah, I almost had it, bro. They gotta do better than that.
Nice, I'm on it. You can kill everybody.
There's somebody else over there.
What? I got a helicopter. On the way. Helicopter on the way.
Front of the tank.
Good shit. Get that nigga out of here. Get him out of here, coach.
Get out. Nice.
Get him out of here, coach. Let's go. Get him out of here. I don't want to use it.
Lift to your feet.
What?
Once they start checking feedback,
Y'all watch all sides.
Watch all sides. Don't stack.
you gotta catch yourself.
Come on, bro. They confused me with them.
Watch me.
Oh, what?
Nice helicopter. Nice.
Use it on feet. Damn it.
They palming up. No, stop.
They didn't kill nobody.
We got it.
Fuck. Killing me right now. They killing me right now. Push it.
Drop it under.
They got good positioning right now, y'all. They got good positioning.
Alright.
There we go.
Maybe somebody can try.
Y'all get that back. I'm flanking right now.
Get that
Yeah,
back.
somebody go around them. Yeah.
I'm in slow.
There's one nigga though.
Damn it. Quit dropping this. Nigga right here. Middle.
Oh my god. It's like niggas keep dying as soon as I shoot them niggas.
At least we're good, John.
Oh, the bitch down.
Where's he at, dude?
He's in the middle.
Fuck.
Can you get him off
Hey, about to put a napalm on there or no?
Yeah, napalm on it.
Damn it.
Yeah, I got it. No?
Not.
Oh, shit. Drop it.
Y'all, what the fuck?
Oh shit.
Wait.
I got a napalm too, man. Y'all go. Ready?
Yeah, drop
Ready?
Drop that bitch. I'm about to drop right now.
No, Ben, no.
Oh, no, wait. Come on, let me use it anyway.
Oh shit, it's in fact.
Bro,
Good shit, Ben.
I killed all three of them on it. Go, get that right now.
We get it.
Middle.
Yeah, Janet.
Bubble like that.
Let's go, y'all. Good shit.
Oh, wow. Epic.
Fuck. Y'all keep fighting on that?
You fight on that, yeah?
Put your heart on that.
Put it down.
Fuck.
Drop that bitch.
Y'all drop it. You gotta hurry. You take a long time. Middle.
Finish it.
Oh, behind.
Hey, he camping right here. He camping on the ground.
Hey, one person that's spawn. Nice.
On that shit.
Oh, he's on the right.
I got one more.
Man, hella good position in that beat. I'm trying to take that down.
Somebody flank. Somebody flank. That shit, man. Let's go. Take it, bro. Slacking on killing.
No. Right on that side.
Don't stress.
Good shit, John.
Oh shit. Damn.
We're not talking as a team anymore.
I got him.
They're coming back. We have to get on that.
Throw shit.
Don't shit.
Oh, they're holding it.
I got napalm.
Use it now.
It's already over.
Oh my god, it's over.
Y'all want to do the plan?
What the
3 on 3?
Yeah. I feel like
you shouldn't.
Are you fucking?
They responded through the top. Through a bomb.
Hold on, dude. He right there, dude. What?
Oh, you missed that sniper?
I cannot fucking believe I missed that shit 3 fucking times.
Damn it.
Running right
Fuck.
there.
They moving fast as shit over there. That's you. That's you. Behind you, Josh.
Oh, behind you.
Oh my god.
I tried to kill that nigga.
Take a moment to regroup. Oh, there, he kills him.
Fuck you.
I knew you watched my back, John, but it was too late.
There's no way I missed that fucking shot.
I need something loaded, bro.
That nigga just look at that.
Nah, I missed that hoe behind you, bro. He peeked out, but that nigga moved so quick after that shit. I just missed that bitch.
Oh, we going left, y'all going right.
Okay.
God, the objective.
I was just hitting everything on this fucking map.
Hey, make sure y'all looking around, bro. You don't have to like look at wherever I'm looking at. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Hold on, don't push up that fast.
No, I'm just on the tank.
Oh, y'all chose one side? What's going on?
Yeah.
rushing up the left side.
Oh, these niggas
Ladder.
are wide. On me. Help.
Fuck, on the ladder, low.
Oh, how do you get up? Grab this. Two in that room.
Oh my, was this nigga even looking at? Hey, two on the bridge, one more right there.
No.
God damn, it's like a chain reaction. One nigga die and everybody fucking dies.
There was only 2 more people up too. I need to fuck this.
I swear this nigga Rage wasn't even fucking looking at me, bro.
Introducing Buff, the gamer's loyalty app. It lets you earn Buff coins while playing your favorite games. All you have to do is download Buff, play games, earn Buff coins, and buy amazing things. Steam credits, Riot points, V-Bucks, gift cards, game keys, skins, hardware, and so much more.
Yeah, we can win this. We're only down to fuck it.
Damn, bro.
Niggas always
All right, calm down. Let's do this shit.
Calm down. Alright.
They move one group whenever it's they're attacking.
They're moving just one group. Are we still going left?
I'm
Left.
talking about
Yeah, that's right. I forget. We got hold left, huh?
Hello and welcome to PlayStation Grenade. Marvel.
Help myself. Well, I don't need to be baby this time.
What am I doing? Honestly, I don't even know anymore. Seriously?
It's going. All right. It's going. All right. It's going.
You're good to go.
All right, recording. All right, cool.
Want me to bounce?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want you to. I want you
That's
to be
true. That's
Oh, they hear you. So I'm just probably gonna keep all of this.
What?
Obviously, this is where I look, right?
Yeah.
I'm not at home right now.
What had happened was.
Yeah, my footage in the
down. Hell, oh.
And so now I'm here.
Thanks for letting me use your
Oh,
credit.
for sure, for sure.
'Cause I had to get the video out. Sponsored, bro. You be so we about to get.
Hey, Ness, ready to watch?
Dude, we are dominating this team. They grabbed us. They got us up
What's up, Quick Engineer and Wow. To Watch Dogs Legion. This is a little uncomfortable, but hey, I'm about to rock with this. I'm used to.
I like your comment. I think you're attractive.
Thank you so for sponsoring this video. If you want to know more about Watch Dogs Legion, click the link in the description. I don't know if I'm gonna use green screen. I think I should do green screen. This chair is comfortable. This is
4, have good posture. And 5, raise voice.
Watch Dogs Legion, you can put together.
You can't date a girl with an OnlyFans because she belongs to the communities.
You can recruit them. His mic is right here.
I'm
Hold
really
up.
sorry you're having a
Also, I just had to add this in real quick.
but,
Ubisoft told me
that was
to tell you
stupid.
guys that you
Truly.
can build your unique pool of resistance heroes to take back London. Who will you find?
You can't date a girl with an OnlyFans because she belongs to the communities.
To get to this Watch Dogs Legion.
Really?
I wasn't planning for this to be my first video back. I can already hear y'all in the comments. I'm back because it's a sponsor
You can't date a girl with an OnlyFans because she belongs.
Hasn't been edited.
To the community.
London.
Town. History around every corner and a tourist
Blade.
photographing
But,
it.
Hear that, guys?
that was
We're
stupid.
London. You want
Truly.
mine? I know y'all think I'm from London. I know. Let me get up
You
in the
can't
mic.
date a girl with an OnlyFans.
You go. What can I do? What you want about, mate? All right, I kind of want to skip this. I kind of want to just get into the game. I'm sure y'all gonna want to do the story for yourself when y'all buy this. Oh.
Alright, let me stop. Let me stop before y'all go deaf. Let me stop before y'all go deaf. Number one video Royale. Number one video Royale.
Everything he's done, I won't let it open. The underground will stop it.
Oh, so you're back.
Nowhere to run.
Bro. Dang, they fired off. Oh, come on. Oh my goodness. I got some news. He's dead. Dead. Hey.
Let's go.
We got a number one victory royale, yeah, Fortnite, we about to get down. Get down, goes on the board right now, just wiped out tomato now. My friend's gone down, I revived him, now we're getting southbound. Now we're in the Pleasant Park Street, look at the map, go to the mark sheet.
Whatever you're looking for, Booking.com has it all. Book a vacation rental now and get up to 20% back in travel credits by using promo code RENTAL20. Welcome back to travel. Booking.com.
Welcome to America's Got Talent.
Thank you.
You're welcome. What is your name?
Leviathan.
And how old are you?
I'm 13 years old.
And where are you from?
I'm from Portsmouth, New Hampshire.
Number one victory royale, yeah, Fortnite, we about to get down. Get down, I kill the board.
All sesame. Right, where's my triple layered strawberry shortcake, please? What's this? Where are the layers? I can't serve this.
What is this? Ah. Finally, the clock we all needed. When the world needed him most, he vanished.
Today, my brothers and sisters, we go to war.
Big fella! Big fella! Sit down, big fella!
Don't look at my shower cap. I got that black here, okay? It needs to condition.
Yeah.
I got a few minutes, I'm gonna record something. That was barely English. But today, my brothers and sisters, we go to war. Is that, yeah, that looks kind of nice.
Yeah.
Number one big
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Fire Nation attacked. Only the Avatar, master of all four elements, could stop them. But when the world needed him most, he vanished.
What the
Water. Earth. Fire. Air. Long ago, the four nations lived together in harmony. Then, everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked. Only the Avatar mastered all four elements. Only he could stop the ruthless firebenders. But when the world needed him most, he vanished.
Only the Avatar, master of all four elements, could Nation attacked. Only the Avatar, master of all.
Kenobi has joined the Republic forces.
Water. Earth. Fire. Air. Long ago, the four nations lived together in harmony. Then, everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked. Only the Avatar, master of all four elements, could stop them. But when the world needed him most, he vanished. Yeah. Water. Earth. Fire. Air. Long ago, the four nations lived together in harmony. Then, everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked. Only the Avatar, master of all four elements, could stop them. But when the world needed him most, he vanished. 100 years passed and my brother and I discovered the new Avatar, an airbender named Aang. And although his airbending skills are great, he has a lot to learn before he's ready to save anyone.
Hands are an illusion, and so is death.
Diversity. Number one big Number one big Number one big just like Dr. Middleton. Number one victory.
Water. Earth. Fire. Air. Long ago, the four nations lived together in harmony. Then, everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked. Only the Avatar, master of all four elements, could stop them. But when the world needed him most, he vanished. 100 years passed and my brother and I discovered the new Avatar, an airbender named Aang. And although his airbending skills are great, he has a lot to learn before he's ready to save anyone. And I believe Aang can save the world. Water. Earth. Fire. Air.
Say it again, Dexter.
China.
Bruh.
Say it again, Dexter.
This would have been funny if they actually got faster.
Man, you better go and get the toilet tissue. Oops, I mean toilet paper out. Water is out. You know what I'm about. I don't play around, but if you wanna test me, trust your boy can go for 10 rounds.
Round 2, night of consumer. I got a boomer. After that, I'm a boomer. Shoot from the 3-point line, that's a swish. I got a lot of Swiss. That's cheese. Oh, that's money. Boy, you looking kinda funny. I jump high, we call them bunnies.
I'm preaching, crossing that shit, get the knife, get the dripping like a faucet. So much blood, you can't stop it. Let it switch the topic, let me get my money up. Niggas talking all that shit, better get your money up. Sick of the jokes and I'm sick of the nonsense. Bet you get excited.
Crazy? Shut up! This is all your fault! I finally get a chance to ask out Margaret, but you had to butt in and ruin everything! I'll kill you! No, that's not what I mean! That's not what
What is wrong with people? Sonic Y, Sonic E.
Lemon!
Monkey? Monkey, what is this, monkey? I don't understand you, monkey. Bias, mommy. Bias.
Hey, dog.
Hey dog, can you get some ice cream? I'm a spoonful. Bruh.
Only a spoonful.
Only a spoonful. Ah, get gains, bro. Get gains, bro. Get gains, bro. Only a spoonful.
GameMaker is a fast and friendly cross-platform game engine that
Only
can
spoonful.
Mamita, te pongo un
Bruh. That's not funny, bro.
Matt is a me from the Wii series of video games.
namely Wii Sports, Wii Sports Resort, and Wii Party. He's a CPU or computer player, and because of how often you see him, he's easily one of the most recognizable Miis out there. In Wii Sports, he serves as the trainer in boxing, and he's also the boxing champion in the single-player mode. Aside from being the face of Wii Boxing, you can also play against him in baseball or tennis, where he's the first opponent you go up against. This means that Matt is in 3 out of the 5 games available on Wii Sports. His presence in Wii Sports is more than enough to make him a familiar face. It's currently the 4th best-selling video game of all time, with about 83 million sales. Wii Sports also came bundled with copies of the Wii, so anyone who bought a Wii probably played Wii Sports, and anyone who's played Wii Sports has probably seen Matt. Matt's also in 2 other games, though. 3 years after Wii Sports, Matt returns for Wii Sports Resort, the 10th best-selling game of all time with about 33 million sales. Here, you can find him in every mode of swordplay. He's the referee of Speed Slice, he's the champion of swordplay one-on-ones, and he's the final boss of Swordplay Showdown. You can also play against him in table tennis, basketball, and cycling. In 2010, Matt appears in Wii Party as a master-level CPU, the highest skill level in the game. In Wii Sports Club and Wii Party U, there's another Mii named Matt, but it's not the Matt we know and love, so we don't care. In summary, because Matt was in 2 of the best-selling games of all time, and Wii Party, he's incredibly well-known. But that's not all. In addition to being so well-known, he's also the most skilled Mii in the series. Even though he's bad at baseball, tennis, and cycling, and just okay at basketball, he's still a great athlete. He's the champion of boxing and all 3 swordplay minigames, making him the only Mii in the series to be a champion of more than one sport. We mentioned earlier that Matt is a master-level CPU in Wii Party, but he also holds the high score in Expert Solo mode. Because you see Matt so frequently, you're going to remember if you lose to him. This is why memes about him work in the first place. If you make jokes about playing against a character everyone remembers in the back of their head, then it's relatable enough to find success online. If you chose a Mii at random, like Oscar or Pierre, I doubt memes about them would take off. Nobody remembers those guys, but Matt, on the other hand, is familiar. On May 20th, 2018, the first Matt meme was posted to r/dankmemes on Reddit. 15 characters who could defeat Thanos, even with the Infinity Gauntlet, in seconds. Then there's a picture of Matt in the Wii Sports boxing ring. This post got about 7,200 upvotes. A second Matt meme was posted to r/dankmemes on July 10th, 2018. No matter what sport you play, this guy will clap your ass every time. Then there are 4 pictures of Matt from Swordplay Showdown, boxing, baseball, and basketball. At 22,100 upvotes, this is probably the post that set Matt into motion as a meme in late 2018 and early 2019. So what's the structure of a Matt meme? There isn't really a setup specific to Matt. He's just the punchline. A majority of these memes are just his face slapped onto existing templates. You can't defeat me. I know, but he can. Then it's a picture of Matt from Wii Sports, you know. I fear no man, but that thing, it scares me. Then it's a picture of Matt. Scientists have proven this is the last thing people see before they die. Could this be God himself? And look who it is.
Matty Pat.
As you can see, a lot of Matt memes were just new variants of templates that had already been around for months. Templates that don't require too much creativity, where you can just plug an image in and it counts as a meme. This one isn't a template, but I want to include it anyway. Like, your reign of terror ends now, Matt dude. Then it's a picture.
Oh, you're still here. Bro, I didn't even know that. It's stupid hot in your room. Do you got any AC, bro?
Or Shaggy fighting Matt. Matt memes came about at the same time as Shaggy memes, and they were ultimately watered down to the same punchline. They're strong. More or less, both of these jokes are like reincarnated, more socially accepted versions of Chuck Norris jokes from the mid-2000s. Except with Matt memes, as you saw, you can just kind of put his face on something that already existed. Whether Matt memes are funny, though, is up to you. That's about all there is to say as far as the memes go, but where has Matt been? Technically, he's in the background of a Smash Brothers stage, but that's not really the same as being in a game. His last official appearance was in Wii Party, which came out in July 2010. That means that Matt has been missing for almost 10 years. Will we ever see him again? The reason Matt was in Wii Sports Resort, and Wii Party was because they all used the same pool of CPU Miis. That's also the reason Matt never made it to the Wii U. They had a different set of Miis for computer players. I don't think a Nintendo Switch game has used CPU Miis yet. That means they could recycle the old Miis from the Wii U and the Wii, but, you know, who knows with that one. If they do decide to recycle the CPU memes from the Wii and Wii U, then that means Matt is back, in which case he could return as the champion of another sport 10 years later. Alright, that's all I've got for today. If you liked this video, then like the video, and if you want more content like this, then subscribe to my channel. Thanks for watching.
Even with the AC on, bro. That's crazy, bro.
Hello, my beautiful friends. Welcome back to another video. I just recently drove all the way from Los Angeles to Canada, but in the process of moving, I unfortunately wasn't able to bring anything. With that said, I'm so grateful for Best Buy for sending me the Crucial P5 plus Gen 4 NVMe.
That is crazy. How hot is it there? It's not even that hot where I'm at.
Nice, that's huge.
Fucking shit. Don't peek, you might get sniped. Oh, I quick scoped him! No, that guy's mad. The Drake's not even sweet. It's just good.
Oh, I quick scoped him. That guy's mad.
Dropping into the AR.
Holy!
Yeah, why? Or do we have a full squad? No, right?
Nah, we need one more. Please tell me Ricky's not
No,
gonna
we
get
need
on.
one more. Fuck!
You're trash.
Who's there?
No. Come back, Daniel.
That's all.
You got bump it and you in the
How
bottom.
many guys am I gonna body before I get peaked?
Oh my god.
Alright, I got the dude. I'm gonna...
Get her! I hate this game, bro.
Oh, I got shot from the side. No. No. Got another one. I'm gonna finish you right now. Oh, don't die, I got two. There's one more. Three. I downed one. Oh, I knocked him before I went down. Where's me? Oh, he's dead. Oh, he got headshotted. Oh my god, man. Watch behind you, watch behind you. I got it there. To your left. I downed him. Let's go. Aha, let's go, Seth. We had our. Oh, we had. I don't even have that shit upgraded or anything. But what gun is it? Let me see. It's level 16. It's level 22.
Sasa Samogas.
Oh,
Back into the mix.
Late night sneaky frog and bread before subathon tomorrow. That's the
In the race against time, against illness, there will be days that test your resolve.
This episode was sponsored by Skillshare.
Zawada!
Even though no individual insect can claim the #1 spot on the tier list over the human build, insects as a whole are easily the most successful build type in the history of the game. The average insect ranks much higher than the average mammal or bird, and this has been true even since before the devs added dinosaurs into the game. I plan to make many insect tier lists in the future, but I'm making this video now because rumors have started to circulate about leaks that data miners have found concerning new unannounced balance changes to the insect class. Today I want to talk about the content of this discovery and its implications both for the insect player base and for the meta as a whole. Outside's community got understandably freaked out when data miners discovered a new hidden balance patch titled Insect Apocalypse. Are insects being banned? Are insects being nerfed? Is it all insects or only specific builds? Well, lucky for you guys, Tirzu is here to give you the scoop on the Insect Apocalypse balance patch in its entirety. First things first, no, the Insect Apocalypse is not a universal balance change that affects all insect builds. Most of the nerfs, and buffs too, there are a few of those, center around changes to the overworld itself, which directly affects insect mains. But anyways, let's discuss which insect builds are going to be most affected. There are two main groups affected, the first of which is the specialist builds. Many insect players have an extremely refined playstyle. Everything about their gameplay is highly specific. They eat only specific plants, prey upon specific players, and reproduce only in the exact right conditions. Naturally, these players are much more vulnerable to having their game plans disrupted. And, well, there's a lot of disruption going on. Because of that, many of these strategies are becoming unviable. Obviously, there are millions of potential examples, so I can't talk about everything, but one example most players will recognize is... Monarchs are highly selective in their early game XP sources. During their early game, they feed exclusively on milkweed, which makes sense because this grants them an important perk, poison. They can't exactly spec into a generalist build without sacrificing their only line of defense, so they're in a tough spot as milkweed becomes rarer in-game and gets cleared by humans to plant crops. The second type affected the worst are builds like mayflies, dragonflies, and stoneflies. These all share one thing in common. The first two levels of their playthrough are aquatic. They start out the game in a river, pond, or swamp and have to level up by hunting there before they reach the level where they unlock wings and leave their aquatic biome. The aquatic biome has become a long-term if you've got a sensitive respiratory system, as it's become increasingly toxic, mostly due to runoff. Robust builds like catfish can tank the added pollutants just fine, but fragile nymphs don't have that ability, and so builds that have to lay eggs in water are seeing a decline. Now for the builds that will do well. You probably guessed that if specialists do poorly, generalist insects will do extremely well. And you'd be right. Honestly, I wouldn't expect generalist insects to experience much difficulty from this patch at all. Builds that aren't picky about their XP sources will still be able to find their way, and should see their player bases remain relatively stable. Builds like the Cabbage White Butterfly, a generalist butterfly build, and the Ladybug, a generalist beetle build, are examples of great choices to survive the update. Especially the Ladybug, because it's got a mild poison that deters birds. This poison doesn't require a specific diet like the Monarchs does. And considering birds have a lot less potential targets now that many of the aquatic insects are flowing out of the meta, this protection will be even more valuable. But there are some insects that have even been buffed in this patch, and these are the Scavengers. Same perks as generalists, but also don't require access to the shrinking meadow biomes that most insects depend on. In fact, most of these builds do better in cities. There are a few obvious examples that I'm sure you're well aware of. For example, cockroaches. Roaches have been skyrocketing up the tier list ever since they first expanded out of their African home server back during the colonial meta. But the insect buffed the most in this patch is the yellowjacket. Yellowjackets have been spiking in population lately due to milder winters and drier springs, and they're perfectly suited to human-dominated environments such as cities and parks. Yellowjackets have great DPS, mobility, and defense for their size, and function super effectively as generalists. They can also hunt pretty effectively from the air, and take on other players outside their own weight class solo, and take on players far outside their weight class in groups. They can build their bases anywhere and love to eat the scraps other players leave behind. A trash-filled world is a paradise for yellowjackets, and considering how quickly landfill biomes are expanding, it's no surprise that they're growing in numbers too. A quick lightning round for some other insect builds. Their respawn point, the meadow, is becoming more scarce as farmland biomes replace them, but in most places their populations are doing fine. Although in America, the variant that had the swarm ability actually got banned. Mantises are not picky when it comes to what they'll catch. While they're still nerfed by the reduction in forest biomes, mantises, along with spiders, are still the most effective stealth build for that weight class. Their success depends on how badly the nerfs affect the number of other flying insects that they come across. Since many of these insects are part of the category hit by aquatic nerfs, they could potentially be in trouble, but certainly not doomsday levels. Honeybees are dealing with their own set of nerfs called colony collapse disorder. This is a separate thing from the insect apocalypse, so we aren't going to go into too much detail. Other types of bees, wasps, and hornets are generally doing alright, although the other bee builds in particular are actually being shut out a bit by the invasive honeybees. Plenty of non-arthropod builds will become less viable with fewer insect players around. The two main groups affected are the fish and the birds. Fish have a pretty easy matchup against aquatic insects, especially the ones which leave the water once they're in their most powerful final form. So without as many of these players around, fish will need to find another source of easy XP. A similar thing can be said about birds. Many birds rely on flying insect mains as an easy source of XP too, although birds generally have a lot more options besides insects. Pollinators are some of the most heavily affected, so the human player base is also potentially in trouble because of their reliance on pollinated crops. However, many of the humans' crops, like corn, are pollinated by wind, so I wouldn't get too worried if you're maining human right now. Anyways, overall, I don't think the Insect Apocalypse balance patch is as bad as people initially thought. Insect builds are among the most adaptable and versatile in the game, and because of their extremely quick respawn time, they're able to come up with counter strategies relatively quickly. In addition, these nerfs are mostly just due to resources becoming more limited. The climate change balance patch has very little to do with the Insect Apocalypse, and honestly, if the human player base really wanted to, they're powerful enough to reverse it. Planting native plants is basically all that needs to be done in order to reverse the effects. And like I said, insects respond so quickly that they'll easily bounce right back if the right conditions exist. So there's plenty of reason to have hope in this case. By the way, I got a lot of the footage in this video from some extremely talented wildlife photographers. I really respect the work that they do, and I hope to be able to reach the same quality myself someday. That's why I've been taking photography classes on Skillshare. Skillshare is an online learning community with over 25,000 classes in design, business, technology, and more. Premium membership gives you unlimited access to high-quality classes on must-know topics, so you can improve your skills, unlock new opportunities, and do the work you love. For example, this photography course helped me understand a lot of the basics for shooting outdoors. Join the millions of students already learning on Skillshare today with a special offer just for my subscribers. Get 2 months of Skillshare for free. To sign up, visit the link in the description, and the first 500 visitors will get 2 months of unlimited access for free. Act now for the special offer and start learning today. Anyways, thank you all so much for watching, and thanks especially to my patrons on Patreon. Until next time, good luck out there. This video was made in partnership with CuriosityStream. Strategies are among the most effective things players can do in the game. Teaming up can enable players to tackle challenges far outside their ability to do so alone, and allows players to cover each other's weaknesses. In addition to things like pack hunting, there's another type of team strategy worth discussing: parenting. Parenting is a high-level strategy that can allow new players to flourish when they'd normally be easy pickings for mid to high-level players. While team strategies aren't super new, they also haven't always been the norm. Today we're going to discuss how the meta of team strategies developed, and it all started during the Permian meta, the expansion directly preceding the worst balance patch of all time, the Great Dime. Dimetrodon was one of the top 2 builds during that time, but what was it about them that gave them such an advantage during the Permian meta? Dimetrodon had relatively normal base stats, nothing too crazy here. Even though it's part of the proto-mammal guild called Synapsids, it also shared a lot of traits with the basic dinosaur build. Its short legs meant its mobility stat maxed out fairly low. Its power stat was great for the time, but not revolutionary. It had low stealth due to its huge, conspicuous sail, and its intelligence and defense were pretty standard for its time. The most notable ability in its arsenal was its sail, which granted it a few perks. First, it granted a huge intimidation bonus, because it made the player look like they were in a much higher weight class than they really were. This helped prevent attacks from other players. But honestly, Dimetrodon was the top tier build at that time, and everyone knew it, so the intimidation wasn't that useful. The sail also prevents the player from being grabbed from behind and flipped upside down, which can be extremely important in order to avoid getting a weak point attacked for massive damage. The sail's most important job was to manage stamina regeneration. Cold-blooded builds do not regenerate stamina automatically, but rather require external heat to recharge. A sail allows the user to capture a large amount of solar energy quickly, letting the user quickly refresh themselves for the next time that they need a quick burst of speed or strength. Surprisingly, this ability hasn't been used too many times by other builds, possibly because it increases the size of your character's perk box by quite a bit. All of this is fine, but none of this is exceptional by any means. No, what made Dimetrodon top tier was that it was one of the first builds to incorporate parental care into its playstyle.
Hope what can happen is that I'm finally able to do who I am and present myself and my future to the world. What if you start reading how this works out?
Can I put my... Can I? Da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. YouTube is so buggy. That's what I'm trying to do, but you're not letting me.
Hey.
Man, I might hop on the sticks, bro. I might hop on the sticks real quick. Huh? I might hop on these sticks real quick, man. You don't know about me. You don't know about me, man. You don't know about me. You don't know about me, man. You don't know about me. I'm about to hop on these sticks real quick, bruh. Nah, I can't even really see it. Where's the sound, bro?
phone, bruh. Stop playing. Why though? Why, man? I don't even want to play anymore, bruh. Oh, what do you mean communication error, bruh? Communicate these nuts, bruh. Scuba, scuba doo, scuba da, scuba doo beep. Ding dong dong.
I told my boy like
You're the last one. Complete the mission.
I told my boy like
Who's your favorite YouTuber, bro?
ALS, even though he doesn't make a lot of videos.
Try!
Have you heard of Vidmore?
Venomore?
Yeah.
No? There's a Ferrari. There's a Ferrari.
Oh, what?
What kind of sussy baka?
A Ferrari. Can we be friends, please?
This is the future.
Where we landing, yo? Landing, yo.
We landing in your mom's house. What's up?
Rate the drip, though, real quick. Rate the drip.
Stop!
11 out of 10.
We do not care.
Yo, come down me out first, though.
Hey, yo, what the?
Yo, ABC, I don't need it on my wrist of ABC. 1, 2, 3, 1 or 2 or 100 real quick.
Oh my god.
Yo, ABC, I don't need it on my wrist of ABC. I don't need it on my wrist of ABC. 1, 2, 3, 1 or 2 or 100 real quick.
Oh, man!
You guys subscribe to Perfectionist, bro. You go, bro.
We gotta go ball, man.
I don't need it on my wrist of ABC.
I don't even know my wrist. ABC.
Whatever you're looking for, Booking.com has it all. Book a vacation rental now and get up to 20% back in travel credits by using promo code RENTAL20. Welcome back to travel. Booking.com.
dinosaur clips in this video are from documentaries you can find on CuriosityStream. More on them at the end of the video. Mosasaurus, one of the most feared marine builds in the history of the game. The Mesozoic expansion is often referred to as the Age of Reptiles. And while it is true that the Archosaurs, the reptile faction containing builds like the dinosaurs, pterosaurs, birds, and crocodiles, did indeed dominate the Mesozoic, the same cannot be said for the other faction of reptiles, the lizard. For them, it was quite the opposite. They spent a good portion of that expansion's metagame getting griefed hard by the top-tier dinosaurs and pterosaurs. However, they did eventually adapt, and by the end of it, there was a lizard just as powerful as the most overpowered dinosaurs, the Mosasaurus. But how did the lizard player base adapt in order to survive the hostile dinosaur meta? Let's look at the specific traits that the ancient lizard mains spec'd into in order to gain a foothold in the Mesozoic meta. Lizards tend to have below-average base stats. Their bite attacks aren't very powerful, usually only used for grabbing targets below their weight class, like insects and other small builds. They don't usually incorporate other combat techniques into their build like sharp claws, venom, or team strategies either, and instead try to rely on more janky gimmicks like intimidating frills, detachable tails, and tether grabs to get by. This works because their cold blood requires a lot less food to keep their playthrough going, so they don't actually need to be that active or powerful in order to avoid starvation. However, this isn't true for all lizard builds. The Monitor Lizard faction, which includes famous high-tier lizards like the Komodo and Parenti, break with that trend and spec into faster metabolism, ramping up their base stats, but forcing them to play a bit more actively. It was this player base that developed the early Mosasaur build, by avoiding the common gimmicks other lizard mains went for, and instead choosing a difficult, unconventional set of abilities, including water mobility and, most surprisingly, the live birth respawn perk. Having a terrible, completely one-sided matchup against dinosaurs and pterosaurs meant that when the pressure was on, the Monitor Lizard player base's best option wasn't to run, nor was it to hide. Their best option was to completely switch up their playstyle and become a marine build. This synergized extremely well with their live respawn perk, because it let them avoid the spawn killing that was so oppressive to the other reptiles at the time. While builds like the turtle frequently got their nests raided, the Proto-Mosasaurus build could respawn in water away from the dinosaur spawn killers, but in too shallow of water for top-tier sharks and fish to grief them. It was actually the perfect environment for them to thrive in, and eventually they just ended up staying in the water and not even bothering with returning to the terrestrial server to hunt. Their wide-hinged jaws, which were decent at grabbing prey on land, were perfect for gulping down fish. Their success really started to snowball from here. The more evolution points they spent on water mobility perks, the more points they earned and were able to put right back into those upgrades. And they were such efficient hunters that they could support the added cost of gigantism. Mosasaurus shot up to a dominant top-tier spot faster than almost any other build in the history of the game, outcompeting ichthyosaurs in the process, and driving them to drop their characters entirely in favor of more viable marine builds. Mosasaurus mains had everything they needed to dominate the late Cretaceous meta. So let's go through all the things that made them so broken. Their first OP trait is also their most obvious one, their bite strength, which was on par with that of a T-Rex. It's hard to overstate how devastating a bite from Mosasaurus was, but suffice it to say that the other top-tier ocean predator builds at the time would all get one-shot by the Mosasaurus' bite. Zifactinus, one of the most powerful fish builds in the history of the game, paled in comparison to the Mosasaurus' strength. The Ammonite, a cephalopod that went for a tank-style build, probably had the best armor of any ocean build at that time, but even their shells weren't sturdy enough to save them from the crushing bite of a mosasaur. Obviously, its size was equally as overpowered, but for reasons you might not expect. You see, because of its immense size, Mosasaurus wasn't particularly mobile. It generally had to ambush other players in order to land a hit with its overpowered jaws. Even tank builds like the Ammonite could outspeed it if they saw it coming. However, being the biggest ocean build in the entire server has one very important advantage. It gives you control over the surface of the water. See, the surface of the water is one of the most advantageous positions to be in when attempting to ambush another player who is above the surface. The reflective surface of the water grants a massive stealth bonus, making it easy to get within striking range of players who would normally be able to escape easily due to their high mobility. This is a double-edged sword though, as being on the surface of the water leaves you vulnerable not only to attacks from the marine players below, but also from aerial hunters above, both of which there were no shortage of in the Cretaceous meta. This disadvantage is pretty much nullified by the Mosasaurus' size though. The main enemy of the giant unkillable behemoth style build, at least in the late game when they've already reached their full size,
is starvation, not attacks from players. Mosasaurus abused this tactic to the absolute limit, frequently taking down even the most powerful dinosaur builds in the game if they ever got careless at the water's edge, and also turning the tables on the exact pterosaur builds that specialize in punishing marine players who stray too close to the water's surface. The last important factor in their success is a continuation of the ability that they spec'd into as lizards, live birth. Mosasaurus retained this ability and expanded upon it by speccing into the parental instinct trait. Pretty much the only time Mosasaurus players were ever vulnerable was during the start of their playthrough, when they didn't have the size necessary to shield them from attacks. This is when the other top-tier ocean builds, like Zifactinus, would launch their assaults on the Mosasaur player base. As smaller lizards, these players would stay in the safety of water that was too shallow for Zifactinus to approach. But even at level 1, Mosasaurus was too large for that, and so without the protection of mother Mosasaur players, Zifactinus would absolutely demolish any hope of survival. But with their help, Mosasaurus' dominion over the Cretaceous ocean meta was basically untouchable. Of course, we all know how the devs reacted to the meta becoming so over-centralized around a select few overpowered builds, but hopefully this video is still useful as an example of how low-tier builds can rise to total dominance with only a few clever build choices and advanced techniques. Who knows what the next breakout success will be in the modern Anthropocene meta? By the way, the Mosasaurus CGI in this video is from a fantastic new documentary called Amazing Dino World. It's a mini-series that tells the stories of various ancient creatures, with one episode being dedicated fully to the story of Mosasaurus' evolution. It's available right now on CuriosityStream, the best place on the internet for high-quality documentaries and non-fiction titles. I never thought I'd see the day where a dinosaur documentary would top the original Walking With series, but I have to be honest, Amazing Dino World blows it out of the water. I really do think CuriosityStream has become a major player in creating amazing new stuff, rather than just being a nostalgia hub for me. Oh, and speaking of creating new stuff, if you sign up for a CuriosityStream membership today, you'll also get access to a brand new streaming service that a bunch of creators, including myself, helped found, Nebula. This service features originals from tons of great creators, in addition to housing all of the normal YouTube content in a place where it's safe from obnoxious algorithm nonsense. So if you want to support top-shelf educational content and indie creators alike, and get access to amazing streaming sites, this is definitely a free trial you won't want to miss. Check out the link in the description and use promo code TIERZOO to get started. Last but not least, thanks so much to my patrons, and thank you for watching. This episode was sponsored by Skillshare. Every character in the game has its weaknesses. For example, crocodiles, which possess the strongest bite attack in the game currently, get completely shut down by a single grab. Cheetahs, the fastest land build in the game, get griefed to no end at low levels because even at their peak strength, they're too weak to defend themselves and their party from attacks from the other players in their region. Seals have high speed in the water, but I mean, look at this. What is this? There are two main ways you can circumvent your character weakness. The first would be to reallocate some of your stats to create a more well-rounded character. One example of this would be the sea lion, which is a more well-rounded version of the seal. While they aren't quite as good as swimmers as seals are, they have great water mobility and can also hold their own on land. The second option, and in my opinion the better option, would be to team up with another player whose character complements yours, so that you can cover each other's weaknesses without sacrificing the most impressive aspects of your build. So today I'd like to highlight the top 5 animal team combos, starting off with number 5. Mammals are uniquely susceptible to parasites like biting flies and ticks. Since many of them don't have long grasping arms or opposable thumbs, they don't really have any way to remove a parasite that's biting them. This is where the oxpecker comes in. Oxpeckers can cleanse any mammal of their parasite debuffs, an indispensably important perk to have. The oxpecker gets a free source of XP, and also gets protection by sticking with a party of players in a much higher weight class. This potential team combo is one of the biggest benefits of playing an herbivore class as opposed to an omnivore or carnivore, because oxpecker players avoid those builds. Next, we've got the Coyote and the Badger. Both of these builds are solid mid to high tiers on their own, and they don't have too much of a problem securing eliminations without help. However, against other team strategies such as Prairie Dogs, they do run into some issues. Coyotes can outspeed Prairie Dogs on the ground, but they can't do anything to prevent them from simply hiding in their burrows. Badgers, conversely, can easily dig up burrows, but aren't nearly as mobile as Coyotes. So to cover all the Prairie Dogs' options, Coyotes and Badgers will team up and hunt cooperatively. Prairie Dogs that flee their burrow will get caught by the Coyote, and players running from the Coyote back to their burrow will be caught by the Badger. This is a similar technique used by the Grouper in the Marine server. Groupers are some of the strongest fish builds in the game. While not quite as powerful as the shark or as fast as the swordfish, they're a great jack-of-all-trades style build with few bad matchups. However, similar to the Coyote, they don't have any good options against a target hiding in the crevices of a reef. That's where the moray eel comes in. Similar to the Badger on land, eels don't have a particularly high mobility stat, but they can weave in and out of tight spaces without issue. And so a grouper and an eel will team up to trap targets, just like the Coyote-Badger combo. Fish fleeing the eel player will get caught by the grouper, and the looming presence of the grouper will intimidate other fish players into trying to take cover in the reef, where the eel is positioned to strike. But as powerful as this combo is, the reef is home to an even more unstoppable combo. Anemones are unique in that they opt for a sedentary playstyle, completely sacrificing their mobility stat, and trading those points in for other abilities. Some do retain their ability to move, but these options aren't particularly fast and leave them highly vulnerable while doing so. Anyways, sea anemones have the death touch ability, similar to jellyfish, but because they have such bad movement options, they don't have many choices when it comes to catching their prey or escaping an attack. This is where they benefit immensely from teaming up with clownfish. So clownfish are pretty much perfectly spec'd to cover the anemone's bad matchups. They have immunity to the death touch ability, so they aren't insta-killed by the anemone. They also have one of the lowest stealth ratings of any fish, which would normally be a huge weakness, but used in conjunction with the sea anemone's powerful trapping potential, it actually ends up being a powerful offensive tool. The clownfish can essentially serve as bait, luring in other players who then get caught by the anemone. In addition, clownfish are actually skilled rushdown fighters that can easily chase off builds that pose a threat to the anemone, in some cases chasing off players far beyond the clownfish's weight class. But if the clownfish does encounter a player that they can't fight head-on, they can safely retreat to the protection of the anemone. It's pretty common knowledge that frogs are some of the least viable builds in the game, with their extremely low power, defense, and HP, coupled with having one of the most vulnerable starts and their reliance on moisture, and it's not hard to see why the amphibian player base is on the verge of collapse. But they do have a few upsides, most notably their fast tether grab, as well as one of the highest jumps in the game. The tether grab specifically is why it makes such an effective teammate to the tarantula. Spiders in general are extremely effective against flying builds like moths, dragonflies, and wasps. However, because tarantulas didn't put any skill points into web building, instead using those points to increase their base stats, they don't have as good a matchup against flyers, and actually end up getting bodied pretty hard by them. This is where the frog comes in. Most tarantula players usually treat frogs as pretty easy targets, as their fangs can usually defeat them in one hit. But experienced tarantula mains will actually party up with them, as their tether grab is super effective against flying types, perfectly covering the tarantula's weakness. Meanwhile, the tarantula will protect the frog from pretty much any ground-based threat. It's an awesome team combo, one of my personal favorites. More tarantula and frog players need to adopt this strategy. Teamwork is one of the most effective ways in the entire game to win encounters, but working with others presents its own set of challenges. For example, if a clownfish fails to use the brush emote frequently enough, it will lose its immunity to the anemone's sting. Communication is the most important factor in teamwork, and understanding what makes communication effective is something that comes with experience, but you can also learn about it by taking communication.
can help you write quickly and confidently, so you never have to slow down at work. Instant corrections make your writing mistake-free, while keeping...
This episode was sponsored by Wix. This episode was sponsored by Squarespace. We all know that humans are overpowered and deserve a nerf. But that doesn't mean that there aren't any good counterplay options. And while there are plenty of builds in the game that can harass humans, none have achieved the same infamy that the Goose has. The Goose is easily one of the most polarizing characters in the entire game, with plenty of players complaining to the devs that it needs to be nerfed. Well, let's do a deep dive into their stats and abilities before we jump to conclusions here. Are they really that OP? Are there any really solid counterplay options? Let's start with their two signature abilities. The first one dramatically boosts their resolve, granting near total immunity to intimidation effects, while the second one drastically increases the effectiveness of the Goose's own intimidation abilities. This can lead to some absolutely hilarious situations, where builds which could potentially one-shot a Goose don't even have enough resolve to resist losing their nerve. The bigger the opponent is, the less effective their intimidation effects are against geese. So while a dog may spook them, behemoths like giraffes, cows, and elephants are unable to scare off the Goose. Next, let's have a look at the base stats of the Goose. Right off the bat, we notice that their best stat is HP, followed closely by their mobility. This is a bit of an unorthodox build, to be honest, which could be part of the reason that they're so successful. Most tanks tend to have high HP, of course, but they also tend to favor defense and power over mobility. But there's one other thing worth paying attention to on this stat chart, their power level. It's abysmal! The Goose build's max hit is so low that it would take ages for them to ever actually bring down an opponent's HP to 0. In some cases, their DPS literally can't even match the natural health regeneration of their targets. So how is it that a build with almost no combat potential has been so dominant in the meta lately? Well, it ties back into their abilities. Intimidation-based abilities synergize perfectly with the Goose's stats. Their goal with Intimidation is to grant themselves control over an area, and when it works, the Goose player typically doesn't actually need to deal any damage in order to end the battle. But should the target resist their Intimidation attempt, the two most important stats are going to be HP and mobility. HP so that if the opponent counterattacks, you'll be able to take a hit or two and still keep up the pressure. And mobility so that if they actually do turn the tide of battle, you'll be able to escape. In addition to having good stats for the job, the Goose build is also perfectly suited to conquer the newly created city park biomes that have become more commonplace due to the continued dominance of the human build. So what can you as a player do to counter the Goose's notorious strategy? Well, I think the chink in the armor is pretty apparent. They do basically no physical damage, so your own HP and defense level is not really something you need to worry about if you end up in a skirmish with them. Their attack strategy depends entirely on intimidation. So if your character can resist their intimidation attempts, you'll have pretty much won the battle before it ever began. So to increase your chances of resisting intimidation, you need to have a high resolve stat, which can be gained either by having high intelligence or by playing in groups. Once you've managed to stay in the fight, winning should be relatively easy, but I have some tips for that too. Geese really have only 3 different attack moves, those being Aerial Ace, Wing Attack, and Peck. Aerial Ace and Wing Attack are both pretty standard rushdown attacks, being short-ranged and low power. But Peck is an interesting move, because it's technically a spacing type move. It has a lot of range, like most spacing attacks do, but the interesting part about it is that it's actually very vulnerable. Most spacing moves rely on a disjointed weapon that can pressure an opponent from a safe distance. Whether it's in the form of horns, claws, or a long beak, the function is basically the same. But with Geese, instead of using a protected part of their build, they're actually taking a huge risk whenever they launch at a target. So if you target their neck and punish them whenever they try to peck you, you can really make the matchup difficult for them. Another thing that's near impossible for them to deal with is stealth, since their intimidation abilities are useless when they can't see the attacker coming before it's too late. So with that in mind, here are some basic tips for beating Geese. Number 1, try to resist intimidation. Number 2, target their weak point for massive damage. And number 3, use stealth to prevent them from abusing intimidation abilities. Now, for you Goose mains out there, don't worry, I'm not just going to give away all your secrets without giving you a tip as well. This is a big one. Goose players, you need to do a better job avoiding grabs. Your high mobility stat doesn't do you any good if you get caught and can't fly away or swim.
Because geese, like most birds, have hollow bones, they're especially vulnerable to crush-type damage, the kind often inflicted from grabs. The obvious implication here is that learning different matchups is important. You need to learn which builds are focusing on finding grabs. You also need to recognize that all three of your offensive moves have a blind spot directly behind you, and so it's absolutely essential that you don't let an opponent cross you up and grab you from behind, because once that happens, you're out of options. This makes it especially difficult to battle two opponents at once, since it's nearly impossible to avoid getting grabbed by one while you're attacking the other. But really, the best tip I can give Goose mains is that you should switch to a build that can actually back up its intimidation attempts. A build that even geese are afraid of. The Swan. Swans are basically everything scary about geese, but shifted to maximum overdrive. Unlike geese, swans can dish out some serious damage, and on top of that, their aesthetics level is one of the highest in the game. But yeah, swans and geese, both excellent builds. But in my opinion, the swan is the better choice because of their higher power and better aesthetics. Aesthetics is something that is difficult to master, not only in animals, but also in web design. If you're looking to create a website but don't know where to start, Squarespace has you covered. Whether you need a domain, website, or online store, make it with Squarespace. Squarespace enables you to create beautiful websites that can showcase your work, sell products and services of all kinds, promote your business, and much more. Whatever you want to make online, make it with Squarespace.
This is Robert Langdon. I did symbology. It says to a very old puzzle buried within the capital. Student put that.
This video was made in partnership with CuriosityStream.
That's kind of sus.
If you've been watching my videos for a while, you probably know by now that I generally consider lizards to be low-tier builds. However, due to a recent experience, I've decided to revisit the iguana build to do a more in-depth analysis. Iguanas do have some surprisingly effective abilities that are worth highlighting. But before we get into their abilities, let's first discuss their base stats. Iguanas have an intelligence stat higher than most lizards, which unfortunately isn't saying all that much. While it's nowhere near the level needed to grant them tool use or problem-solving capabilities, it does at least grant them low-level social capabilities. Their power stat is slightly below average, which again is higher than most lizards. This is pretty much just due to their large size, which allows their basic claw strikes, tail swipes, and bites to deal more damage than smaller lizards. Their best offensive move is Tail Whip, which we'll talk about in a bit. The iguana build doesn't possess any special offensive abilities, which makes sense given that they gain most of their experience through foraging rather than PvP. On defense, iguanas have the reptile faction's standard defensive bonuses from their scale attribute, which negates all damage below a certain threshold and offers a high defensive bonus against slash-type damage, while being vulnerable to bashing and piercing attacks. This offers better protection than soft skin or fur, but less effective than exoskeletons or shells. In terms of mobility, players are often surprised at how effective the iguana build's burst movement options can be. While their basic walking speed is deceptively slow, iguanas can sprint short distances quite quickly. However, one of the reptile faction's signature weaknesses is their low maximum stamina, due to their three-chambered heart. As a result, this burst of speed can only be used a few times over short distances. And even then, these bursts of speed aren't always fast enough to escape more mobile builds, like dogs or raptors. However, in terms of versatility, iguanas have a lot of movement options not just for moving on land, but for arboreal and aquatic zones too. Iguanas can climb quite effectively and have no trouble swimming, and this is all without wasting evolution points on abilities like cling pads or webbed feet, which require sacrifices in other stats. Their claws make for effective enough climbing tools, and their tails make for great paddles, meaning there are very few environments that are downright unplayable for iguana mains. In terms of HP, iguanas are, again, better than most lizards, but still not exactly top of the charts. Still, iguanas can tank a good amount of damage, enough to get out of tough situations. In fact, one of their main abilities is all about tanking a severe hit to the sink. Again, we'll come back to that. For stealth, iguanas have pretty basic camouflage, which works great as long as they stick to whichever environment they've spec'd their stealth for. Obviously, iguanas that spec into green camouflage, which works great in jungles, will have their cover consistently blown if they venture into city biomes. Meanwhile, those with gray camouflage get a stealth bonus in rocky or urban terrain, but can't hide as well in grasslands. But enough about the iguana stats, because honestly, just looking at those, this lizard build still looks mid-tier at best. Let's check out the iguana build's key abilities. These abilities revolve around the iguana's tail and the iguana's neck dewlap. Let's begin with their dewlap.
The Dewlap provides the iguana build with a few important abilities, mostly useful outside of combat. The first is that it can be used for temperature control, similar to the elephant's ears or the Spinosaurus' sail. They can be tilted towards the sun to grant a cold resistance buff, and can be flushed with blood to grant a heat resistance buff. This versatile ability can allow iguanas to thrive in a variety of environments, from jungles to deserts to islands. The Dewlap's second ability is that it can be used for intimidation. By flashing a brightly colored dewlap, they can inflict an intimidation debuff on an aggressive or overly curious nearby player. This is essential to the iguana's gameplay, since its actual combat abilities are rather limited. The iguana's tail is integral to the iguana's combat moveset. The move iguana players favor the most in battle is tail whip. Because the iguana's tail comprises about half of their total body length, this attack can have deceptively long reach. This, combined with its extremely low startup lag, makes it an excellent zoning tool that allows the iguana to control space quite effectively. While it deals relatively low blunt force damage, it does also have a chance to inflict a stun, giving the iguana player a chance to escape combat if need be. This attack does have a lot of end lag though, meaning that if the attacking player can bait out or dodge a swing, the iguana is left wide open for a counterattack. Overall though, this attack serves its purpose decently well at keeping away rushdown builds like dogs, cats, and birds. This attack punishes players who approach carelessly and forces opponents to respect the iguana's space. However, because of this attack's low direct damage, players running high HP builds may elect to just tank the hit and continue their approach, usually going for a grab. In this situation, the iguana's only option is to use their other tail-based ability, Autotomy. This ability costs a large chunk of the iguana player's max HP to activate and can only be used once, but functions as one of the best escape options in the game. The user drops their tail and uses it as a distraction to flee. If the attacking player falls for the bait, this can save the iguana player from certain defeat. However, some builds, particularly those with a higher intelligence level, may be able to resist the distraction and continue to pursue the player, so it's not a surefire escape despite its high cost. Personally, I really dislike this ability, especially on the iguana. Many lizard mains use this ability to great effect, but because the iguana relies so heavily on their tail, I personally would opt for a different defensive option, because using Autotomy also renders tail whip unusable. Without a tail, iguanas are forced to fall back on their much less effective bite and scratch attacks, neither of which I'd consider much of a threat in combat. Overall, the iguana's combat strategy is solid in most situations, but can completely fall apart against players who either know the matchup or have the right resistances to the iguana's abilities. So I think it's safe to say that iguanas definitely aren't overpowered. Still, they're undoubtedly higher on the tier list than average lizards, because they have great matchups against several relevant builds, particularly cats. The basic green iguana, I think, belongs in B tier, below the more oppressive builds in the meta, but well above low tier trash like frogs and snails. And I think I have to give the specialist iguana build, the marine iguana, an even higher rating for getting into a niche that no other lizard currently was able to succeed in. Being able to contend with the likes of sharks and sea turtles definitely speaks to a highly successful build. In fact, only one other time in the history of the game has a lizard build taken to the sea and succeeded, and those were the players that eventually developed the Mosasaurus build. And who knows, maybe by the next major expansion, the iguana build will adapt to become one of the most overpowered builds in the entire ocean. Thanks so much for watching, and before you go, I wanted to talk a little bit about another video I made. It's a more narrative-driven video that focuses on a single playthrough of a powerful dinosaur build called Dinokairos. This claw-wielding dinosaur is an incredible fighter, and in my video I demonstrate exactly how effective its combat strategies were. I was able to create this video with funding and production assistance from Nebula, and so Nebula is where that video lives. Nebula, if you didn't know, is a new streaming service created and owned by creators, and it exists to provide a haven for creators to experiment with new video types and collaboration styles, something I'm a major supporter of. And the best way to get access to this platform is through our partnership with CuriosityStream. Most of my viewers know by now that I've endorsed CuriosityStream several times, and for good reason. They have some of the best documentaries and nonfiction content around, and they're also the reason I get to incorporate high-quality paleontology documentary footage in many of my videos. If that wasn't reason enough for you to like them, they're also partnering directly with Nebula to give everyone the best possible deal imaginable, a free trial of both services, and a membership to Nebula for all new CuriosityStream users. This membership lasts for as long as you're a CuriosityStream subscriber, so you'll never miss one of those high-budget uploads from me if you're a member. And if you're not sure about it, the first month is free as long as you click the link at the top of the description or use my promo code TIERZOO at signup. But yeah, thanks for listening to my pitch. I really want people to see my Dinokairos video, since I put a ton of work into it. Thank you for watching, thank you to everyone who supports me directly via Patreon, and I'll see you next time.
With GoDaddy, you can sell anything, anywhere. I can sell my photography packages like we can party again? Anything. And they can book me online? Anywhere. The world's been waiting for what you do. So no matter what you're selling or where it's needed, with GoDaddy, you can sell anything, anywhere.
This video was sponsored by CuriosityStream, and if you like it, there's a second one over on Nebula. More on that at the end of the video. While factions like birds and mammals may seem like the most dominant builds in the current meta,
What you mean that you guess I ain't seen shit? I don't like nice girls, I want a mean bitch, still throw it.
Situation actually. This man that we have on the screen, I forgot his name. I don't remember his name. I don't remember people's names. But it's this man right here. I think he's the one who like he's like a master in drag queen-ish. Drag queening? Whatever you call that shit. Like where like guy dresses up as a woman because he feels like a woman, but he's actually straight sometimes. I don't care for all of that. But he's one of those guys who could do that. Where the logic doesn't make sense at all. You know, logic never makes sense in Baki. And thank you, Aaron Wong, for pointing that shit out. So, I cursed a lot. So anyway, yeah, let's
You trash can! Hey folks, my name is Turkey Tom, but you already knew that, didn't you? Or maybe not, I don't know. Jello Apocalypse is another YouTuber that you're likely familiar with as well, sitting in a very comfortable 1.5 million subscribers and raking in millions of views on a number of his videos, mainly those from his trademark series, Welcome to, and the recent update of that series, So This is Basically, where he pokes fun at certain pieces of media and creates polished, semi-animated videos that I honestly respect a lot. He clearly puts a lot of time into his videos, and I really admire the way each one of them comes together to make a clean and simple product that just works well for what it is. They have nice drawings, nice editing, nice audio quality, and while they never really make me outright laugh, I still appreciate the humor and I really respect the art he creates with his skills. That being said, he recently released a video simply titled Vote in reference to the recent US midterm elections that have taken place, and it was very bad. Vote like your president is a nationalist. Because he is very, 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 very bad, and everything that he has done surrounding the release of this video has also been pretty, not good, to the point where many of the things he made fun of in his Welcome to Tumblr video now apply to him.
Post that you will be regret the next one. We are inevitably confronted by thanking mobs of your followers. Simply ultimate to mobs control your fields and that you have ability and gold rush to see as a
I'd like to take a second to discuss my own political views and some background before I talk about the flaws of the video itself. Politics aren't really something that I discuss on this channel, save for one video a while ago that was basically just me saying that they're done, and how each time we do administer.
Looking for something different? We've got that. Book a vacation rental now and get...
Bro, this is going so fucking trash that... Well, how trash is it? It's so trash. But why am I saying like that thing? You know when I shoot somebody, why ain't nobody else back me up? Like every time I shoot one of them niggas, they kill me too. I said, why my teammate like that? Swear to God. Wait, hold on. Well, somebody just donated $1,000. What the fuck? One double stream said, OG, one double back in this bitch, full beat my ass, so I ain't been consistent here in months. Shout out to Cody and Cody, y'all still trying? Oh, what the fuck? Whoa, listen, first of all, I just got clean hands off the nigga. Y'all salute the fuck out of this nigga, one double stream. Salute him. Salute him. My dog, thank you so much for the $1,000. Oh my, that is wild. That is wild. Bro, $1,000 fucking dollars? Nigga, thank you, man. We really appreciate that, bro. What the fuck? Nigga, I said it 3 fucking times. One double stream. One double stream? One double. Oh, damn it, man. Don't call me. One double stream. One double stream. One double stream, bro. No, we got winners for this man. Y'all turn up. Wow, I cannot believe it. Y'all are like the best supporters in the world besides Farmer Super Ass. Man, that's crazy. Like, never. No, there's no supporting group better than ours, bro. Real. Okay. Like, I just don't believe it. I don't believe it. Nigga, this shit is crazy. We winners. We're winners, nigga. We win, nigga.
It's over here.
Shit. Yes, that's a record. I've never.
Players are at their most vulnerable at the start of the game, during the respawn process and before they level up. In fact, one highly effective strategy to score easy points is just to loot a player's spawn point and interrupt the respawn process before it completes. Of course, the obvious counter strategy to this would be for max level players to guard the spawn point from attacks, at least until the respawn is finished. Surprisingly, it took until patch 1.1.6 for players to realize how important and effective this strategy is. Before that, even the top tiers mostly left their nests unguarded, and they were easy pickings for an experienced player. The Metrodon was one of the first to implement this strategy, and it did so to great effect. Many of the other mid and high tier builds during the Permian meta relied heavily on raiding nests, and Metrodon was one of the few builds that actually made this difficult for them. Aside from defending its nest from attacks, the Metrodon players have also perfected the art of making sure new Metrodon players spawn in with a full HP bar. They do this by incubating the eggs themselves rather than just laying them and hope they don't freeze or overheat, which would cause the new players to spawn in with some pretty heavy debuffs, if at all. But instead, they spawn in ready to run, which is important because the parental care meta was not very developed at the time. Once they had hatched, the hatchlings would actually aggro the other Metrodon. It wasn't until far later that players started also protecting low-level players too. But once that strategy started getting some traction, it wasn't long before just about every build in the game adopted it and started incorporating it into their playstyles. This strategy is one of the main reasons that mammals became the dominant guild so quickly after the dinosaur extinction balance patch. They invest such a large amount of time into new players that by the time they're done with their tutorial levels, they're already powerful enough to hold their own in combat. But it's not just mammals that now invest time into their offspring. During the Mesozoic expansion, dinosaurs also picked up this technique. The large predatory dinosaur builds were nearly unstoppable one-on-one, so low-level herbivore mains didn't stand a chance against them. However, herbivore players quickly discovered that team defense strategies were quite effective at keeping their low-level players alive. Even though most dinosaurs eventually got banned, the techniques that they developed persisted in the avian faction, which has to carefully tend to their new players until they level up enough to unlock the flight ability. But while birds do it well, mammals are the pioneers of the teamwork and parenting strategies. The Synapsid Guild, which eventually became the Mammal Guild, continued to perfect their techniques all throughout the Mesozoic expansion, and through the Cenozoic too, and in particular were the first guild to unlock a special ability called Live Birth, which lets players bring their respawn points with them instead of having to build a nest to hide egg spawn points in. This is a huge advantage because now, to spawn new players in, the player only needs to stay alive rather than protect an objective for months. And at this point, the mammal player base is known for putting an absolutely massive amount of effort into raising up new mammal players. They have the longest respawn times, which actually lets players spawn in having already leveled up a few times. They also produce a substance that causes new players to level up quickly, which gives them a huge advantage over builds like arthropods, reptiles, and amphibians, which have to find sources of XP on their own right from the start. This isn't to say that none of those classes have adopted team strategies or parenting though. Plenty of reptiles, and even arthropods, engage in at least some form of defending new players or team attacks. But nothing compares to the parenting power of the Mammal Guild. Mammals also get a rage power-up when they defend their young, a buff so powerful that for even the most OP builds in the game, challenging an enraged mother player often means game over. So the next time you see a mammal player bodying its competition, you'll at least understand the abilities that grant them such a competitive edge in their early game, and you'll know precisely which players pioneered these techniques and strategies too, the synapsids. If you'd like to learn more about the evolution of parental care in synapsids, there's an excellent documentary called Leaps in Evolution that I highly recommend you check out. It features some incredible visuals of synapsids and dinosaurs in their fight to survive, some of the best I've ever seen, in fact. It's available for streaming right now on Curiosity Stream.
This is Robert Langdon. I teach symbology. You'll find the sun, lantern.
This episode was sponsored by Skillshare. One of the most controversial balance updates the devs have ever introduced was patch 1.3.1, the update which banned and nerfed the vast majority of dinosaurs, marine reptiles, and pterosaurs. And so it should come as no surprise that one of the requests that the devs get the most is to reintroduce dinosaurs back into the game. The devs have never unbanned any classes before, but what would the meta look like if the devs actually obliged and allowed players to spawn as dinosaurs again? Well, to answer that question, we first need to understand why dinosaurs were banned in the first place. And believe it or not, I was actually given the opportunity to ask one of the devs this very question. So a lot of people have been wondering, why were the dinosaurs banned?
I get this question a lot because the dinosaur class was one of the most popular in the history of the game, and we definitely got a lot of pushback when you released the first extinction pack. But to be honest, the meta was just getting stale, especially with players opting to play larger and larger land carnivores like the T-Rex. So, like one balance update, we tried to buff herbivores by putting 2 additional horns on the Uniceratops. One balance update, we tried to buff herbivores by putting 2 additional horns on the Uniceratops. But of course, the T-Rex players just spec'd into higher attack. Then one time we even tried to nerf the rage ability of the T-Rex players by increasing the frequency they want to engage in sexual behavior. But then players thought it would be funny to shorten their arms. So eventually we figured it's not worth dealing with all these complications and we should just go for the hard reset, lower the oxygen levels to limit the size wars of different classes, and encourage more nuanced skill trees. And while we are seriously considering a dinosaur remaster due to popular demand, to be honest, even now, if you look at most character models, they're just shrunk down, reskinned dinosaurs we put fur on so you couldn't tell.
Thanks so much. I really appreciate you taking the time to comment on this matter. Okay, so what would it look like if dinosaurs were unbanned? First, let's talk about dinosaurs in general. The dinosaur build's main advantage is its massive size. At fully grown, the only things that could take it down were other giant dinosaurs and potentially pack hunting builds. While size is an advantage on defense, it can be a challenge for overall survivability. Dinosaurs require a massive amount of food, potentially more than the current game could provide. And so if the devs were to unban dinosaurs, they'd likely also need to buff the spawn rates of pretty much everything. Your average dinosaur build also tends to be pretty modest when it comes to speed and intelligence, having speed comparable to an elephant and intelligence comparable to crocodiles. This means that most of the current top tiers will outspeed and outsmart them on a regular basis. Yoink. But this isn't the case for all dinosaurs, so let's get into the specifics now. Let's start with the herbivores. So I don't think hadrosaurs would be very viable at all, seeing as they have no good defensive abilities to protect themselves with. Their best trait is that they can communicate effectively and keep watch over each other. But the best hunters today rely on stealth, a strategy specifically meant to get around this problem. Hadrosaurs would be great at spotting tall carnivore players from far away, but not stealthy builds that stay low to the ground and move through the bush. Now you might be thinking, oh, that's no problem, the herbivores could just outrun them, but large herbivores have much lower mobility than today's top predator builds. They'd be most comparable to an elephant, like I said before, but where elephants lack in mobility, they make up for with intelligence. You can't say the same for dinosaurs. But not all herbivores would be in such a bad position. Hadrosaurs lack any form of weaponry, but other herbivores are much more well-armed. Triceratops is perhaps the most well-known armed herbivore, and it's easy to see why. At full speed, a Triceratops could one-shot even the tankiest of opponents.
But with that said, the carnivore player base has gotten much better at dealing with front-facing weapons like horns and tusks. So Triceratops may find itself struggling to fend off attacks that come from behind or come from multiple angles. Getting behind an opponent has become a staple trick of every carnivore's playbook, especially for canine and feline builds. Sauropods were at an interesting place in the meta back during the Mesozoic, and would definitely still be if they were brought back today. Their late game stats were simply impossible to beat one-on-one. No other land build has ever achieved even close to the same base stat total. Even the top predators of the time barely stood a chance, even in teams. But they only reach this potential in the late game and have relatively few defensive options during early and mid game, aside from just relying on high-level teammates. This means that their teammates need to be able to stop the attack before it's too late. Because of their extreme height, predators would just about never be able to sneak up on a sauropod clan in an open field. But approaching using stealth isn't the only way to catch a vigilant opponent off guard. Hiding in trees is another option, one that's employed by some of the most powerful builds of present day. Big cats tend to target the neck of their opponents, and, well, it would be pretty hard to miss. Even the top-tier jaguar probably couldn't one-shot a high-level sauropod, but all of the arboreal big cats would definitely be a problem for juveniles. Potentially so problematic that not enough of them would be able to reach the late game to defend the lower-level players. It's hard to say. Overall, they could be completely viable or completely helpless. Not much in between. In my opinion, the herbivore builds best suited to survive in the current meta would be the ones with tail weapons, specifically stegosaurs and ankylosaurs. As previously mentioned, the top predator builds tend to attack from behind, avoiding a face-to-face confrontation, and staying out of range of being hit by counterattacks with horns, tusks, and bites. This strategy works great against the tanky herbivore classes of present day, but an attack from behind would be an awful idea against a build with a club or thagomizer. In addition, the armor on their back would make it much harder for assassin builds like big cats to land their critical strikes. Of all the herbivores, I find these to be the most likely to become top tier if they were unbanned. Now onto the carnivores. So this might be an unpopular opinion, but I don't think large tyrannosaurs would fare well in the current meta. Tyrannosaurs are min-maxed to optimize for damage, which was great when their goal was to be able to bring down tanks with HP levels as high as the dinosaurs. The only build of present day that this would be important to have against would be the elephant. And while that is important, having only one good matchup is not a top tier strategy. All elephant players would need to do to counter this one good matchup is not a top tier strategy. All elephant players would need to do to counter this specific tactic is spec into slightly higher mobility, since the T-Rex's top speed is extremely low compared to builds of present day. Smaller tyrannosaurs like Albertosaurus and Daspletosaurus would still be viable though, since they haven't sacrificed as much mobility as the T-Rex has. Mobility really is the name of the game for predators right now. And it's the reason that I'd put dromaeosaurs like Velociraptor and Deinonychus as the best contenders for being too OP for the current meta. And not just because of their excellent mobility, but also because they really wouldn't need to adjust much from their playstyle in the Cretaceous. Raptor builds in the Cretaceous preyed mostly on small animals like prehistoric mammals, and occasionally banded together to take down midweight and heavyweight builds. This niche is still very much available today, and raptors would have little trouble in combat versus builds like possums, raccoons, and birds. This is the same role that the fox and coyote occupy right now. So the question then becomes, could raptors compete with them? In one-on-one combat, I do think raptors have the edge. While raptors do have lower HP than any canine, they also have much more burst damage potential. Canines use the persistence hunting strategy and need to land several attacks in order to bring down a target. Raptors, on the other hand, deal much higher damage because of their sickle claw that can potentially one-shot an enemy. Both employ team strats, and both have high mobility and intelligence. So all else being equal, the ability for raptors to out-damage the canines would, in my opinion, win them the day. So overall, if individual dinosaur builds were unbanned, the stegosaurs, ankylosaurs, and dromaeosaurs would most likely be top tier, while the others might end up struggling. Dinosaur players would need to learn a lot of new abilities to be able to contend with how advanced the meta is, especially when it comes to how OP humans are. Luckily, if you're looking to quickly and easily learn new skills, Skillshare has you covered. Skillshare is an online learning community with over 20,000 classes in design, business, technology, and more. Premium membership gives you unlimited access to high-quality courses on must-know topics, so you can improve your skills, unlock new opportunities, and do the work you love. I especially love their course on motion graphics, which is taught by the folks behind In a Nutshell. Join the millions of students already learning on Skillshare today with a special offer that's just for my subscribers. You can try Skillshare for free for 2 months by servers like Australia and the Amazon can seem tough, what makes them difficult is the competition there. Nothing about the server itself directly impedes your survival. However, there are some areas of the game which punish players who aren't equipped to deal with the passive status effects dealt by the overworld. Probably the best examples of this are the polar servers, of which there are 2. I'll save Antarctica for another time. Today, we're looking at the players surviving the brutally cold and icy Arctic server. What makes this server so tough is that for a large portion of the time, the cold atmosphere constantly drains stamina and HP. You'll need 2 things to not have the server drain your life to 0 here. The first thing you need is some sort of armor that has cold resistance. Whether that comes in the form of thick fur, down feathers, or blubber, without cold resistance you'll still crash hard. The second thing you'll need to do is make sure you spec into the endotherm class. This allows you to recover the most stamina by eating. The cost of doing this is that you can't get any energy from sunlight and have to continuously find loot in order to survive. However, the Polar Night World event actually removes sunlight from the overworld for months at a time, so pulling off an ectotherm build here would actually be next to impossible anyway. This is why reptile and amphibian players are currently region locked to the lower latitude levels. So today I want to talk about the things that the best Arctic builds are doing to stand out in such a difficult meta. Before we get into it, I want to be clear on what I'm considering the Arctic, so I don't get 1,000 comments asking why I forgot something. The gray wolf, reindeer, golden eagle, wolverine, orca, and moose all may venture into the Arctic, but since they're not exclusive to the Arctic, I'm omitting them for this one. Now, I'm betting a lot of you think you got me figured out. You're probably guessing that my top picks for the server are going to be the white wolves because of their pack hunting strategy, and the polar bears because of their insane base stats, and I definitely don't blame you. I've showed a pretty constant bias. This episode was sponsored by Skillshare. Today, instead of looking at a specific expansion or set of variations within a class, we're going to do something a bit different and discuss builds that I think are underrated in the current meta. These tend to be builds that are often forgotten about in tier list discussions, because they either aren't part of a really popular class, or are part of a class that tends to be written off as weak. For example, let's look at the snail build. Snails are pretty much universally regarded as low tier, having the lowest mobility stat in the game, and not much else to talk about. While they do have strong defense due to their shell, this pretty much only ever stops players that are in or below their weight class. It's pretty rare that it will successfully fend off an attack from anything larger. This is because a strong defense isn't worth much without at least some form of offense to counterattack with. If your opponent has no penalty for repeated attempts to attack, eventually they'll land a crit without ever needing to put themselves in danger. The best most snails can do in that regard is a pretty pathetic looking shell setup. But not all snails are so helpless. The cone snail runs a pretty standard snail build with one important addition: the ability to fire venomous harpoons into their opponents. This one ability elevates its power stat from one of the lowest in the game to one of the highest in the game, certainly one of the top tiers of the coral reef meta. Their harpoons can one-shot anything from fish to humans, and can even pierce mid-tier human aquatic equipment like wetsuits and gloves. So while snails as a whole are bottom tier, the cone snail definitely has earned a high tier spot. Next, let's talk flight.
I'm sorry, Cheyenne. I didn't even know you stopped by. I hope you have a good day. Peace, Cheyenne.
When it comes to agility in the air, the most important attributes are the ability to hover in midair and having full 360-degree motion. Most players probably think of either the hummingbird or the dragonfly when thinking about agility, and for good reason. Both of these builds can fly with greater precision than most of the builds in the same weight class. But most of these players are forgetting the insanely powerful and underrated build, the robber fly. Robber flies are a modification of the basic fly build, which most people consider a low-tier throwaway class that's nothing more than a nuisance, which is stupid because flies have some of the most powerful abilities in the game, the first of which is their reaction time. Playing as a fly means you play the game in slow motion and can react to your opponent's options much easier. This ability alone boosts the fly's defense stat from the mediocre level of most insects to much higher. But in addition to this, flies also make a very special change to the normal insect build. Instead of having 4 wings, they only have 2.
Vsauce! I'm Jake, and why would 2 wings be better than 4? Well, it's not so much that 2 wings are better, but rather what the 2 lost wings have been replaced with. Flies traded their back wings for highly unique structures called hull tiers, and hull tiers are essentially tiny gyroscopes, similar to what you'd find in a drone. And just like in a drone, these provide the fly with extremely detailed information about its position in space, allowing it to fly with unparalleled precision.
So most flies use this to dodge attacks or land on hard-to-reach places. The robber fly says, forget that. I'm going to use my superior aerial mobility and precision to literally catch bees, wasps, and hummingbirds in midair. Most aerial hunters have to catch prey in a lower weight class, but because of the robber fly's exceptionally long grab range, it can grab opponents while keeping them out of reach of a counterattack. Then it can deliver its lethal armor-piercing bite once it finds an opening or the opponent tires itself out. Robber flies are easily one of the best, if not the best, solo aerial arthropod build in the game, but they tend to be overshadowed by more charismatic builds despite being able to beat any of them one-on-one. Next, let's talk about the African meta. So when people picture the top tiers of this server, most of the time they'll bring up the elephant, hippo, lion, Nile crocodile, and cobra. And that's all well and good. It's when you ask about who they see as low tier that things get strange. Most people will include the usual suspects, but for some reason also include the hyena. I think the reason why players rate hyenas so low is because they're always shown as getting briefed by lions. And it's true, lions do body hyenas in a 1v1 matchup. But okay, two things. One, lions are easily A tier if not higher in the African meta, so having a bad matchup versus the best carnivore player in the region isn't saying a lot. And two, hyenas have plenty of traits that make them more powerful than lions in specific circumstances. Hyenas have much higher endurance than lions. They can run significantly longer distances because they put more points into the cardiovascular skill tree. Their hearts take up double the body weight percentage that the lion's does. And so while lions can reach higher top speeds, they run out of stamina pretty quickly. Hyenas can sustain their top speed for miles, allowing them to chase down builds that would easily escape a lion. On top of this, the hyena's bite attack is one of the strongest in the entirety of the mammal guild.
The hyena has a bite force of 1100 psi. That's almost 7 times more than the average human's bite. This is enough to crush bones, something that other predators in Africa lack. For example, big cats have to take down animals by suffocating them. Their bites don't actually do that much damage on their own. By suffocating them. Their bites don't actually do that much damage on their own. Certainly not enough to break bone. But is a hyena's bite stronger than, say, a warlock punch from Ganondorf in Smash Bros? Well, over on Vsauce 3, I go through 3 Smash Bros characters that could kill you, with one of them being Ganondorf's surprisingly deadly punch. So check it out after you're done here.
Thanks, Jake. So, like he was saying, the ability to crush bone with their bite grants them a huge advantage, allowing them to scavenge the skeletons of herbivores that were defeated by lions, after the lions have already gotten all they can out of it. Since they can't access the highly valuable marrow found in bones, it's free game for scavenging hyenas. And all low tiers know that they need to respect hyenas just as much as lions. In fact, entire packs of cheetahs can be driven away from their loot by only a few hyenas, since they know that one bite from a hyena may mean they never run again. So while they may not be a top threat in the African meta, they're by no means low tier, probably either high B or low A tier. What sets these builds apart from others is their unique set of skills. You can set yourself apart in the same way by learning new skills on Skillshare. Skillshare is an online learning community with over 20,000 classes in design, business, technology, and more. Premium membership gives you
stream. You're joining Rahul from the southern side.
Oh, they pull him by his penis, or what do they do?
Oh, yeah.
They're grabbing him by his male parts.
They're gonna kill this buffalo. Start feeding him.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh my
the
god.
second one. Let's go down the Ogon. Now we're trying to get inside.
Oh, look at that.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Miss me, Bobby.
Oh my god.
The tag has also come. There's a bit of production here. The hyenas had this hole. Look at them all.
Oh, it's behind us by the zebra.
Oh, it's dead. Buffalo is dead, it's gone. See how many hyenas now.
keep escaping behind you.
It's sitting on.
Are we really the best people to hunt a supervillain?
Hell no.
We're all the way through Looking Glass now.
Oh my god.
Ridiculous, sir.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh no. Hide them things. Hide them things. Oh.
Today we're going to take a look to lions hunting baboons, baboons eating impala cubs, and baboons kidnapping. Wait a second, this scene looks familiar. Look how the baboons and flamingos are getting along. So cute. Nah, just kidding. They can't get along. Contrary to popular belief, baboons are pretty dangerous. They're some aggressive omnivores. Actually, it's not common to see a baboon hunting a flamingo, but it seems that they take advantage of low water levels to attack. In fact, humans are way stronger than baboons. Since baboons are monkeys, they don't have the same level of strength as apes do, including humans. But their aggressive attitude makes them pretty dangerous, even for humans. The following videos may be disturbing to some viewers. Flamingos aren't the only fish on the menu today. We have also impala calves. The mom drives the saber calf, but it seems she can't bother the baboon even a little bit. Baboons are famous for their hunting ability at the savannah, and they have an impressive hunting success rate of up to 80%. They mostly prey on antelopes, such as impalas. Hunting is not a one-way thing, of course. There are some times that baboons are to target. Monkeys are good climbers for sure, but it seems they're not unbeatable. Look how these lionesses catch that baboon easily. You should have been faster, dude. The hunting list of lions goes on and on. This list includes baboons. They don't make the top of the list, but we can still say it's common to see a lion hunting a baboon. And as you can see, it's not that difficult to catch one. The top speed of a baboon is 48 kilometers per hour. If we consider that the top speed of a lion or lioness is 80 kilometers per hour, it's not a big surprise that baboons are an easy target. I mean, 48 kilometers per hour? Seriously? Usain Bolt made it up to 44 kilometers per hour, and he wasn't running from a lion. Baboon's weight can be up to 45 kilograms. So, speed of a lion or lioness is 80 kilometers per hour. It's not a big surprise. The top speed of a baboon is 48 kilometers per hour. If we consider that the top speed of a lion or lioness is 80 kilometers per hour, it's not a big surprise that baboons are an easy target. I mean, 48 kilometers per hour? Seriously? Usain Bolt made it up to 44 kilometers per hour, and he wasn't running from a lion. Baboon's weight can be up to 45 kilograms. So, baboons can be a filling meal. I said earlier, sometimes baboons are the target. Let me rephrase that. Usually baboons are the target. Remember, as long as you're at the savannah, you're under the order of the king. Look at this baboon defending himself against a lioness. How naive. But sooner or later, it will go down. Just like that. Lunchtime. Here we witness the first kill of a lion. It took him 11 minutes to kill that baboon. This may be the biggest life experience for the lion, but for the baboon, a painful struggle. But still, the baboon never gives up. Even though he is deadly injured, he tries to strike back. Respect that one. Hunting activities typically start when lion cubs are only 6 weeks old, just after weaning. The little ones learn by closely watching their mothers and other lionesses in the prime. A little cute fact, a lion can roar at the age of 2. The first roaring attempts are maybe the cutest sound in the world. Lions are very protective animals when it's about their home. A male lion, whose main job is to defend his pride, uses his loud roar to warn off anything that might threaten his family. They also use roars to communicate with one another. Sometimes courage and faith can remove mountains. Look at this little fella chasing a lioness. This might surprise you, but adult baboons have a fame of killing lion and leopard cubs when they find them unattended by adults. Psychological superiority is not an advantage existing for humans. Do you see the confidence of the baboon? But this brave and historical moment suddenly ends with the attendance of 3 more lionesses. In a minute, the brave baboon turns into a meal. This is how nature works, I guess. Let me take you to the Kruger National Park in South Africa. Baboons killing lion cubs isn't an unusual event. The lion cubs pose a threat to the baboons when they get older. This is why baboons kill them. But in Kruger National Park, something strange happened. A baboon took a lion cub and didn't kill it. Quite the contrary, the baboon took care of it. Male baboons do a lot of grooming, but the care given to this lion cub was the same care given by female baboons to one of her own young, said safari operator Kurt Schultz.
Introducing 48 square centimeters of 2% cashback earning potential. This is the card built for real life. The new Wells Fargo Active Cash Visa credit card. That's real life ready.
These 4 terrifying bear encounters could honestly give you nightmares for days. Number 1. While preparing for an overnight on top of a mountain in Swedish Lapland, YouTuber Vahid Kulsberg and his husky feared for their lives when they encountered a very young and curious bear. Here, Vahid seems to be enjoying the stunning view when Riley, his dog, spots something unknown moving in the tree line down below. The man acts quickly and proceeds to tie Riley to a leash to prevent her from running after the potentially dangerous animal. After getting a closer look, Vahid confirms that what Riley spotted is, in fact, a bear, and tries to get a clean shot of the beast with his camera.
Some birds. Just saw an animal.
A few stressful minutes later, the camera finally catches the bear, unfortunately moving towards the mountain on which the unarmed man and his dog are currently settled. Trying to make his presence known, Vahid repeatedly screams at the beast. This only seems to make the animal more curious as it then begins rushing towards the noise and eventually reaches the bottom of the mountain.
Hey! Hey! Go on, Tiny Floyd! Don't come here. Neck! Neck! Come in the hit! Come in the hit! Neck! 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 Neck!
Out of pure self-defense for his and Riley's lives, Vahid throws a few of the largest rocks he can find down the hill in order to, at the very least, scare the dangerous beast away.
Neck! 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 Go on! Go on! Come in the hit! Go on, Tiny Floyd!
None of the rocks hit the target, but thankfully it still seems to work as the bear gives up on his hopes for dinner and runs back into the woods. Vahid and his dog are truly lucky to have escaped from this situation completely unharmed. What would you have done? Would you have run away with your dog, or stood your ground like Vahid did? Number 2. On an organized tour of Glacier National Park in Montana, a group of innocent tourists came way too close to a huge grizzly bear trying to mind its own business. After spotting it, a small portion of the crowd attempts to get closer in order to grab a few nice pictures of this majestic, but also very lethal animal. Suddenly, the beast begins running towards the tourists. Fearing for their lives, they quickly get out of its way and get back with the main group.
Yeah, he just wants to get through.
The thankfully present park ranger takes on her duty to protect the tourists and starts yelling at the bear. The beast decides to mind its own business and to continue on. I'll be very thankful to still. YouTuber Norwegian explorer had an intense standoff with a very menacing bear that could have ended very badly. When arriving on scene, the man realized that the bear was watching a nearby couple as they were packing up their camping gear. It probably smelled their food from a mile away and decided to come take a look for itself.
Go away, bear! Go away! Go away! Go away! Can't stay here!
After a few tense minutes, the beast attempts a terrifying bluff charge to scare him away. Unfortunately, the man doesn't really get the message and continues to stand his ground against this extremely dangerous animal.
Go away! The other way! Go away! Go! 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 Turn around! Turn around!
The bear doesn't seem interested in leaving the scene as it's obviously smelling something that's making its stomach growl. After another few minutes of standoff, the beast bluff charges the man again. Finally, feeling threatened, both the man and one of the nearby campers start yelling like angry animals to try to scare the bear away. Clearly, this seems to work as it quickly turns away to run back into the woods, leaving behind a potentially delicious meal.
Oh, he's coming! Ah! 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 Ah!
Hopefully, those campers thanked the man for putting his life in danger to help them. What would you have done in his shoes? Would you have risked your life to help those campers, or completely ignored them and run away? Number 4. In Jasper, Alberta, an exciting mountain bike ride quickly turned into a nightmare when YouTuber Brad Paris and his cousin were unexpectedly charged by a fierce beast. Everything seems to be going according to plan, until Brad stops pedaling to catch his breath. He looks to his right, only to see a huge grizzly bear charging straight at him out of nowhere. Full of adrenaline and fear, the man immediately starts pedaling again, and even goes off trail in a desperate attempt to save his life. Unfortunately, he loses control and falls right off the bike, which now makes him even more vulnerable to being attacked. But the bear is nowhere to be seen. Keeping his eyes open for any sudden movement, he calls out to his cousin to make him aware of the situation. Finally reunited, the two men do their best to remain calm as they observe what seems to be an entire family of grizzlies just up the hill from them. After what must have felt like the longest 2 minutes ever, Brad and his cousin agree that they should leave the bear family alone and go back to camp while they still can. Luckily, they both got away safely. Just thinking about everything that could have gone wrong gives me the chills. Thanks for watching to the end. Make sure to like and subscribe. Your mom's gotta go.
Oh, she's family.
Like daughter, like mother.
King Kong. Hello guys, welcome to another episode of Forever Green. Grab a bucket of popcorn and choose your favorite seat for today, as we are going to show you 12 times when humans encountered animals that asked for help. Even though they can't communicate by word of mouth, credit to these humans, as they were able to interpret and immediately offer the needed help to these animals. 12. Whale shark. In the March of 2003, Joe and his friends were fishing near Sydney, Australia, when a whale shark approached their boat. The shark, as seen in the footage, hangs around probably waiting to be noticed. On close examination, Joe saw the desperate fish had a rope tightly lashed around its body. This was making it difficult for the shark to swim, since the movement of the dorsal fins was limited. Joe, together with the help of his friends, tried to cut the rope.
Hey, what's good, bro? Nice to see you here. What you doing up, bro? Second day of high school. Hey, that's lit. That's lit. That's lit. That's lit. That's lit. That's lit, bro. Second day of high school, bro. I remember when I was in high school. It was pretty lit.
Unlimited access to high-quality courses on must-know topics.
Since their amusement, the shark patiently stayed afloat without any sign of attacking or swimming away. After what seemed like a decade, they managed to cut loose the rope. And the whale shark swam away as peacefully as it had arrived. What would you have done if the whale shark had approached you? Let us know in the comments section below. 11. Elephant. Truly, the largest mammal on the planet is a fascinating creature, who is also very intelligent. An elephant. Unfortunately, elephants are listed as vulnerable to becoming endangered species because of being the favorites of poachers for their ivory. Veterinary doctors in Zimbabwe were utterly shocked when a huge African elephant walked up to them asking for help. At first, the doctors who were out in the wild on a patrol were uncertain it was just the usual of an elephant being territorial, but on a closer look, they noticed a bullet wound on its head. They immediately knew that they had to act fast, as the bullet hole had become infected, and the gentle giant seemed to be in excruciating pain. To avoid causing more trauma on moving the elephant, the vets had him sedated and then examined his skull out there in the wild. An X-ray of the skull revealed that the poacher's bullet was only a few centimeters from being a kill shot. Out in the wild, the doctors managed to successfully remove the bullet. The elephant, now named Pretty Boy, got a chance to live longer. What's fascinating is how the elephant was able to tell that the vets were the good guys and entrusted them with his life. I mean, how did Pretty Boy tell they were not poachers? What do you think? Let us know in the comment section below.
Fortunately, it is said that an elephant never forgets. Good if the poacher never crosses its path again. In this next video, a mother elephant in Thailand is captured crying for help in the cover of darkness. The mother elephant is stuck on an electric fence, and unknown to the rescuers, her baby is also stuck in a ditch. The mother elephant is seen, gets stunned by the current passing through the fence, and rescuers rush to turn off the power. On getting up, the mother elephant then leads the rescuers to her trapped baby. As if to understand, the mother elephant gives the rescuers a humble space and time to rescue her baby as she watches from a distance. Finally, the baby is pulled out of the ditch, and they both rush to each other in joy. The mother elephant and her baby then disappear into the night. How satisfying. 10. King Cobra. What would you do if a snake approached you? Not just any snake, but a 10-plus foot long cobra. I mean, I would take off, if not stumping on its head. Well, in India, snakes are fond of asking for help. As we all know, summer can be a tough time for everyone, so why should snakes be any different? In this footage, a 12-foot cobra is rescued from an Indian village where it had slithered into. Since it was during the dry season, the cobra was looking for a drink to cool itself. The rescue workers are recorded feeding the cobra water from a bottle. What a tender moment to see. After quenching its thirst, the rescue workers then take the cobra to a sanctuary. Honestly, this is adorable, yet terrifying at the same time. Or, what do you think? What would you have done if a snake approached you without aggression? Let us know in the comment section below. 9. Fox Cub. In June 2013, this video of a young fox with its head stuck in a glass jar was uploaded on YouTube. Even though we don't know the exact location, this young offered to you. When fox pups are born, both the mother and father share the care, as the pup care is a family business. Unfortunately, this mother pup could not trace the father and was probably overwhelmed with caring for the pups alone. The kind lady then steps in as a surrogate father and feeds the mother fox as well as her pups. This fox goes against all odds and entrusts the kind lady to provide for them. Truly, a mother's love is indisputable. 8. Bottlenose dolphin. On the 11th of January 2013, a group of photographers diving deep in the waters of Kailua Kanoa, Hawaii, met with one of the magnificent creatures of the deep seas, a bottlenose dolphin. The dolphin swam close to them while circling them until one of the divers saw what was disturbing the dolphin. The dolphin was entangled with discarded fishing gear. A fishing hook and line were deep into one of the dorsal fins, limiting its movement. One of the divers signals to the dolphin to move closer, and it surprisingly obeys and moves close to the diver as seen in the footage. The diver then cuts the fishing line and discards the hook using a pair of scissors, freeing the dolphin. The relieved dolphin is then seen swimming away, happily of course. Before we move on, here's a quick challenge for you. If you can leave a like on this video, smash that subscribe button, and turn on the notification. The sea turtle gets closer. The diver notices that it has something, probably a rock, stuck on its back. The diver then goes ahead and pulls it out. The sea turtle then turns and looks at the diver as if to say, "Thank you, mate," and then swims away. What's fascinating is not only how the sea turtle realized it had something stuck on its back, but also how the turtle figured that the diver could take it off. And the diver would be smart enough to understand the kind of help he was asking for. How intelligent, right? In this other video, a sea turtle is caught in a fishing net. He then swims towards boaters, who quickly cut him loose. The boaters then release the turtle back into the sea, and he happily swims away, disappearing into the dark depths of the sea. Aw. 6. Chimpanzee. While visiting a zoo, visitors were mesmerized as a smart chimp points at a drink in one of the shopping bags. A lady takes out a bottle of soda, and the chimp quickly leads her to the dropping point, only that it's a small hole in the glass window. She then pours the chimp the drink, who is seen sipping happily. At one point, the chimp is also seen pointing at a banana and signals to the lady to throw it over to her. Unfortunately, the chimp is in a completely enclosed and sealed setting, and thus, the only thing he will get to enjoy today is the drink. Just how smart is it of the chimp to ask for a banana and a drink and also lead the lady to the small opening? In this other video, a zoo visitor is seen helping out an orangutan. The orangutan asks for a banana, peels it, eats it, and then throws back the banana peels at the visitor. I bet the orangutan knows more of keeping his place clean than most of you, isn't it? A smart orangutan, that one, don't you think? Dog. In the streets of India, a mother dog is captured wailing for her puppy. The puppy had been hit by a car and was in excruciating pain, making it impossible for it to walk. Rescue workers were trying to calm the mother down, as well as offer immediate help to the puppy. As the rescue worker tries to lift up the puppy starts crying in pain. And the mother joins him in crying too. The rescuers rush the puppy to the operating room. On close examination, the puppy had 2 deep puncture wounds on his shoulders, explaining why he couldn't walk. After a few weeks of rest, medicine, food, care, and love, the puppy is able to walk again. What a happy reunion with his mother. Today, the puppy named Toggle can hop and play about, thanks to the rescue workers and her mom. Clearly, the mother wanted to help, but couldn't do it alone. Oh yes, I know your eyes are watery. How touching. 4. Fawn. In North California, a little fawn was bleeding close to Amber's residence, and when he noticed that he had gotten her attention, he quickly ran towards her. The fawn snuggled between her feet and even licked her ankles. Poor little deer must have been hungry. She was 4 days old because he could barely stay on his feet. You can't get someone out. Mother deer leave their little fawns as they go in search of food and water. This little fawn must have been left somewhere near Amber's house. Amber left the little deer and hoped that he would reunite with his mother. After a few hours, Amber couldn't find her, and so she thought that this little guy was back in his mother's company. Amber went on with her day's work, and when it came to bedtime, she couldn't sleep as she kept worrying about the little deer. They went out to search for him, and luckily, they found him asleep on a rock. They took him in and rehydrated him with milk through a glove, and even named him Scott.
This is all we got.
The next morning, Scott seemed pretty excited to have gotten the help he needed. Turner's Deer Camp Fawn Rescue reached out to Amber and took Scott under their care and raised him alongside other little deers, and once he is ready, he'll be released into the wild. Another little deer wandered its way in search of her mother, and she, unfortunately, landed in a pool of water. She was able to cross to the other side, and someone managed to pull her out of the water. Wet and hungry, the little deer was left in a dry place a few steps away from where she'd been found, to give her mother enough time to locate her. A few hours later, she went back to people, and from her bleeding, you could tell that she needed help. She was taken in by the Woodlands Wildlife Sanctuary and given the care she needed. She even got a stuffed giraffe that would keep her warm and kill the loneliness. A few days later, she was joined by another orphan fawn. The two grew fond of each other, and within no time, they were joined by 4 other fawns. They all seemed to be healthy, and when they got older and ready, they were let out into the wild where they belong. Days later, they can be seen happily jumping around. Aww. 3. Sea lion. While out in the Californian Sea, a group of boaters were approached by sea lion. The sea lion, as seen in the footage, hops onto the boat ladder, and one of the boaters helps him on board. The boaters at first thought that the sea lion just wanted a ride, but on close examination, they noticed that he is injured and in desperate need for help. The sea lion has a wound on his mouth, which appears to have been inflicted by fishing gear. The boaters immediately inform the harbor patrol, who respond quickly and deliver help to the injured sea lion. Another reminder that animals are definitely smart enough to ask humans for help. Has any animal ever asked you for help? What did you do? Let us know in the comment section below. 2. Tiger. As much as it is hard to believe, tigers do ask humans for help. A village in Russia woke up to a shock after they found a tigress peacefully sleeping on the veranda of one of the homes. They had previously encountered tigers, but not in this manner. They were surprised and scared at the same time. They quickly got in touch with the necessary rescue body, who then sedated the tigress to ease her relocation. She was in bad shape. After careful examination at the rehabilitation center, it was discovered that the tigress had damaged teeth and gums. As a result, she was unable to feed herself for several days and had become very weak. The tigress got the medication she needed, and she could also feed on soft minced meat. Her condition is stable, and she'll be forever grateful that she landed on a good person's home. Still in Russia, a tiger went to seek help in a man's home. His instincts led him there, and funny enough, this man was a paramedic. The doctor had heard some noise in the middle of the night, but it quickly subsided, and he thought it was nothing to worry about. When he got up to go to work, he could not leave the house because his door had refused to open. He resorted to going out through the window and figured out why the door won't open. On his way to the door, he could see large paw prints on the saw, and he immediately knew that he was in for a rude shock. He came face to face with the tiger. He had no time to get back in the house, so he resulted in standing there. I know some of you would have dropped dead, but this man just stood there, and the tiger walked slowly towards him. The paramedic then realized that the tiger had a steel wire around his neck, the kind that is used by poachers. Some of it had gone into his skin. The paramedic treated the tiger, and for the next 2 weeks, the tiger recovered in the paramedic shed. He was fed by the locals, and the paramedic ensured that his health was intact. What's even more surprising is that the tiger showed no sign of aggression. After the 2 weeks were over, the tiger disappeared. A few days later, the paramedic had trouble opening his door. He could see a tiger's paw prints, but this time around, there was a dead deer on his door. The paramedic believed that this was the tiger's way of saying thank you. Don't you? Let us know in the comment section below. It is now time for the honorable mention of our subscriber pick of the day. Today's photo was sent to us by a subscriber wondering if there is any possibility for an animal as shy as a squirrel to even approach humans for help. If you come across a peculiar photo online, send it over to us until the bottle runs empty. The squirrel that hops away in satisfaction must have been one thirsty squirrel. And that's it for the 12 animals that asked for help. Which of these animals overwhelmed your heart? Have you helped any animal today? Let us know in the comments below. Get out there and spread the love through helping. Sometimes we are their last resort, so do not shy away in case they come to you for help. And if you like this video, you should definitely check out our video on 10 cutest baby animals as you hit that subscribe and like button. Humankind. Hello guys, welcome to another episode of Forever Green. Grab a bucket of popcorn and choose your favorite seat for today, as we are going to show you 12 times when humans encountered animals that ask for help.
I don't think a tortoise has ever been that big. Wow.
What's up? That's a house. Yeah, try finding things, bro.
That's crazy.
Hey, wow, bro. That's love, bro.
That's so much love, bro. You know, that's stupid right now. Damn!
Introducing Buff, the gamer's loyalty app. It lets you earn buff coins while playing your favorite games. All you have to do is download.
That's all. Probably not like this.
Thanks for training,
I help you, John.
What? No. Oh, that was thanks for training! Like, but that nigga took a long time. Did you move? Because you didn't move him to get the game.
Hey, there's 3. Switching sides. What? 3 best plays?
They said, no, they said niggas didn't play nothing. Because there was nothing on the screen. They fucking challenged me.
Wait, so doing not playing now?
No, I'm good.
No, but I was trying to say.
Oh, it's my handouts.
Wait. Oh, we only got 3 rounds.
He did it against Ryan in one of the old episodes.
I don't remember.
What's up, Stream? What's up, Stream? RDC Gaming is back for day 4. We're already in day 4. As you can tell, we're not as excited as usual because
we're just so sad that we're about to just get the streak tonight and just have to not play no more. You know?
That is not why we're not excited. I think we're not excited because.
Is the good location ready? I got mine.
Yeah,
I got mine.
What? Throw your walks in the chat. Throw your videos in the chat. Throw your dances in the chat. Throw your buildings in the chat. Throw your bids in the chat. Throw your dogs in the chat. Throw your RDCs in the chat. Throw your RDCs in the chat. RDC is in the chat. RDC, yo, we back. RDC, yo, we attack. Yo, RDC, don't make me really get on that. You hear me? You hear me?
That's a good intro here. It is.
Oh!
Like, put that beat on
Don't beat on that. Don't beat on that.
We gonna play
that. Woo!
Look at it. Okay, Prince, donate some subs to chat.
Somebody said, RDC, yo, we trash. No, that doesn't fit in that well.
It doesn't hit right. I gotta find a plan.
So sorry, bro.
I'm some of my fancy, man.
You lost?
You lost?
Yeah, he lost. Oh! Wait, did I lose it? Did I lose it?
You can win, but once we're gonna ball the fuck out, they need to get the ball out.
They play the Patriots.
They play the
right now? Well, Patriots not that scary no more. They're really not. They can really do it. They can get like a pick six or some shit, bro. Yeah.
RDC is in the chat. RDC, you're back.
Fuck.
So you got to tell me twice. Oh, wow.
What the fuck? How did they kill each other in the fucking fake ass game?
What?
Oh, oh, Donna, you know if you kill me. You know.
He killed at the same time.
No, that wasn't at the same time.
It was half second apart.
It's a one of them. Control B. Control B. Alright. Alright. Time about AK.
Hello, my AK.
Oh, bro, I seen that DeAndre Hopkins catch ball. That shit was close.
Hey, that's crazy, bro. Three people.
That like never works. That never works.
Never fucking works. Shit was crazy, bro.
What? Bro, 20 to 3? Damn!
Watch that.
Damn! Oh my god! I was not paying attention. No, chat, I'm gonna
Oh, that's great.
They said y'all already down there.
That's the first round.
Shout out Fat Boy Crazy for the donation. He said day 4 we live out here, man. Young Buck donated $1. He said, man, I need the Xbox gamer tag. Oh wait, that was 17 hours ago. Sorry. No, that was 2 minutes ago. What? Oh my god, man. What the? Dang, baby. Bro, how many? Hey, two. Down there, bro.
Oh shit! It's not a good sleep. Not a good sleep.
He's coming up. He's coming up.
I got RPG no more.
They got armor on already?
Yeah, bro. They got armor in it.
How you armor so big?
Honest.
Where they coming from, bro?
Hey, one price that big. Son.
Oh, what the fuck? I did not know you could suck it from there for. That's quite interesting.
Where you sucking?
Oh, like outside there. Whoever's that?
You take a beat. Fuck, no. I'm scared.
Fake ass game, what?
Cut this bitch ass up.
Bitch. Oh my god.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Like 30. I killed him once. Oh shit.
Oh my god, you're stun, bro. That's crazy. Got us.
No, don't go ahead.
Which way they coming from?
I tried to do it.
Oh my gosh, I died. I feel like I died. Oh my god.
Red lights.
They're alive.
I want. Look at that.
Oh! Woo!
Wait.
Now we're about to win. Yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Nice. Who's your mom $100 said? That's y'all favorite because I'm gonna need y'all to snap out tonight, or else I'm gonna tell y'all mamas y'all playing sorry.
He's kicking our cousin. He's kidding.
Alright, you are cousin, so what's no, we gotta ask him. Question only a cousin to know.
You got.
I don't know. He's done.
Oh my god, he got beat. Fuck beat. Stay down there, Luke. Okay, what's good with that?
They saw the shit out of me. I mean.
I'm just fucking in.
Let's get that.
What?
What?
That's why I got one again. They got one again.
Oh my god, no way. That's crazy. Oh no, god damn, I'm not watching it.
Where the fuck did the grenade come from, bro?
I missed? Come on.
That shit is weak as fuck, so get out of there.
Yes, sir.
It's really close. Hang it.
Fuck. Just slow down.
Okay, just
I'm gonna shoot donate 2,000. What's up with you?
got 4 more people. Okay, sorry, so go ahead.
Oh, bitch.
He's right up top. Nice, this. About to start rushing. Oh, boy. Oh, man. 9-11.
Oh, there. Oh my gosh, it's so trash.
Okay, rush. It's also behind him. It's left. No, he left. Yeah. That's it, started? No, actually, didn't. My commission just cut off. Like, so that was 1. Why? Yeah, why?
2-1 right here.
Weak.
Alright, man. No more L's. Only W's. That's what I'm saying. Are you back here, done?
Nah. Try to find me somebody. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Wait, it's still holding us out of a whole life?
Yeah.
So we should still start at 30, right? Alright, that's cool. I think like the last game. Right here. Damn, there's something on me. What the fuck? It's like
don't think I got that. He's not that cold. That's like half a second. What else?
What's up? Yeah, what's up? Say, boy, what?
Oh. I got something. No, get inside, get inside, get inside, get inside. No, get inside.
Oh my God. Ew. Where did you get coming from? Oh my God.
What is that? What the fuck is that?
Stop. Where was he?
Let's kill the boss.
Oh my God. Wait, what up?
Damn. This the one I know.
That is the one.
God damn.
The week was something else. Look.
Oh, they put this on top of it, bro. Hey, bro, don't even come back to the fucking screen like you like that. Don't even do it, bro. He's octopus like that. Don't do it.
I got it. Yeah, get done. Hey. Oh, gotta go.
Thank you. Oh, appreciate that, bro. I really appreciate that.
Well.
That's what I mean. Hey, I just can't be fight.
No.
No, Wiz. Man, it's been, see, we know I'm a 60 minutes. That means that game was 60 minutes long.
Damn. That's 3 minutes. That's real life.
Oh, yeah, that was the whole street. That was part two. Yeah. It doesn't make it to the game. Everybody swings.
The first game, because the end of this, like, okay, one more slide. Oh, yeah, like I said yesterday, no problem, this one crazy. Mark Conley, because John Bailey, leave this hashtag Fred W.
Like Fred W. Fred W. Yeah, it's Fred W. Funny thing, I gotta be Fred W.
Y'all keep trying to be. I'm this bitch, bro. I just love, bro. I keep on going. Didn't walk on that house, y'all take it a little, we keep coming back the same way, y'all. Wait. No, that's how y'all come back. Y'all come back because we're good. Y'all know it. We get cheap.
What game is it?
Never have a said that we think we're funny. That shit cool as fuck.
I know, it's something on. Be funny on the nose. You pull up now. Nobody answers my question.
They said Fred on it is level 6.
He's looking back up, but it's not.
Wait, is it Catskill?
Set to Star Crickets. Sorry, now it's on. Why you under name?
I'm gonna say, look at this nigga. Oh, wait, look, left. Wait, what's hard? Hey, is that what's hard? Yeah. I think they replaced the headquarters with this. Hey, behind y'all, right? AK! Samurai out here! What are we listening to? What is this? Bro, can I just play something real quick? 81 Katie. 80 Mike. People like Mike. Riding my bike, flying a kite, everything Mike. This is nuts, man. Let me just where's it at? Where's the song at? 81K? Come on. Some of y'all know the Samurai anthem. Let's get it. Samurai. Yes. Listen, it's the Shogun, Kobe Extension rules. Back with the run, so I appreciate the listen rules. Haters keep it sliced, visual boy got precision. I got my consultant and get to work on that division, yes. Anyway, Samurai, we're good. Yeah, I see you not being inspired, probably good. Listen, got a little message going out to the members on the truth of you. Turnia, I saw that. You kind of like, keep the donations coming. This is way more important than you freestyle. Zachary, let's get it. From Detroit as well, I see you 313, be out here. Where was I? Never running back there. Alright, yeah, one more time. We ain't 3K, bro. But the thing is, if I get $100, I'm gonna have to just stop, okay? Listen, It's a Shogun, Kuri next kitchen. Back with the watch while you appreciate the listen. Haters think it's like your boy got precision. I got my good time, I ain't get nowhere, going to division. Anyway, Samurai, what's that? Yeah, I see you gotta be inspired, probably should. Listen, got a little message going up to the brethren on the tools of you. Whether Samurai, you let it okay. This is where I'm at. Samurai, they got my back. First way, they know how you talk about you dance like. Raise me and just hold on, let me get my left hand up the Samurai all the way up to my desk. Oh, yeah, hey girl, what's up there? Wait, you're a boy, oh my bad, let me stop it. Look, I know, you don't never know who's running. So stand up all the listen, look. Yeah, oh, you thought it ain't no better, or you saying, who you thought it was, put yourself together, man, listen, stay ready, trust, GG, mate, every endeavor's a come till I try to get a date, wow, Sam, U-R-A-I, community so cool, and feeling calm, especially the sisters when I got all the kimonos, I'm on the wheel, rain, on the get, Tony Toro, people hate, so guns, signing down, ready, coming down trouble.
Wait for me to go in.
85, I'm alive, I'm a drive, yes, 85 in the building, yes, shout out Riddick.
Wait for me to go in.
Hey, read, bro.
Wait for me to.
Hey. Go, man. Yeah, bro, it's the notifications. Like, yours definitely should have popped up here. I gotta work on that. Shout out to the boy for Lee. Oh my god, man. Oh my god, it's about to go, man. Nothing! Oh my. Shout out to the boy for Lee. My bad, bro. It's the notifications. Like, yours definitely should have popped up here. I gotta work on that. Cause we still, I think every donation is popping up. But, hey, man. I see it. I saw it right there. I gotta say thank you, my brothers. Thank everybody for coming through. Thank you guys. For real, we about to get this goal. I don't know what to do. Oh, I saw some Swiss. Y'all listen to Swiss Colors? All right. I mean, y'all not gonna get another concert like I just gave y'all, cause that was like everything. Like, please click that. Like, that was not the first time.
Yeah, I did get money. Yeah, I did get money. 100,000 was doing it, and I got 500. And I got 500.
Alright, the second time. Wow. We at 93. Woo! Listen, this is our victory. This is a, oh my god! Stassi! Oh my gosh! Stassi, what the fuck? Bro, why'd you do that? Stassi, what the fuck, guy? Look how I know this. Oh my. I feel food. Stassi in the building, walking on that dude, Stassi! Billy Z! Yes! Yeah! Let's go, 99K! Oh my gosh, this is it! Oh my gosh. Let's go! Y'all just did that. Y'all just did that. I don't know what to say, man. That's major. 1 hour. I don't know what to say, huh? That's major. 1 hour! Guys, what do you even say in this situation? The people. Beautiful senpai. The people are waiting for the speech. I don't have one. 100K an hour. What? I don't have one. Guys, thank you. I'll start there. Thank you. Oh! boy Berlizzi. Let me just, I don't even know what to do. This goes out to my boy Berlizzi. Gotta hit that shit next. Y'all keep donating. Just because we reach goal, more people can still drink. They don't have to stop there. Just for my boy Berlizzi. Shout out, Rick. Look at my version. Oh! 100K, 100K, 1 hour. Hey, 100K, Samurai is our day. Hey. Jimmy, run, yo city. 100K, Samurai, they with me. 100K, Samurai, I'm up, the free, and cry. 100K. Today is our day. Samurai not here to play. Hey, look at that. Look at that, she over here. 5 bands. It's nothing. Shout out to my boy. Shout out to Samurai. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to the chat. I don't know what to do no more. Hold up. It's my boy Boys. What's good, boys? Boys got a message for us. Please don't say something. Eat it. He's got a message for us. Please don't say that. Eat it. Low bot. You heard the man himself. You heard the jump scare king. Y'all make it look easy. I can't get that note like you can. Oh my goodness, bro. I'm overwhelmed. I don't know what to do next. We didn't even gotta play games. Oh my, we gotta play some games. Yeah. We gotta play some games. You know what? I should freaking like talk to the guy. There's a representative from Charity Water that he's gonna come on screen and talk to us on this game. And in the meantime, celebration. Look at that. Look at that. 100 seconds. Turn it up. Save the lives. Hey. Turn it up. Hey. Okay. It's a show, Bill. Corey James Kitchen. Back with the watch while you appreciate the listen. Haters think it's life, your boy got precision. I got my best on the English work on it. Anyway, Samurai. What's this? Yeah, I see you kind of be inspired. Probably should listen. Got a little message going out to the brother on the tube of Damn! Let's white man know what hairstyles. I ain't never seen no white person got their hair before. They give this nigga anime hairstyles? Oh. Why is there only one option for the nigga, man? That don't make sense. Bro, hell no, bro. No. Call somebody. Support or something. Hello? Yeah, there's something going on. Like, that only has one hairstyle. Oh, there is a mistake, right? Okay, it's right. Okay, thank you, good. Okay, appreciate you, man. No, I'm trying right now. I'm right now. Thanks, sir. All right, well. That's an afro. Man, what the fuck is wrong about that afro? Man, no, hell no. He took out the bait and put an afro. Hello? Yeah, I seen the update. You only had an afro. You took out the bait. You got more hairstyles than 2 hairstyles. Nigga, what? How many hairstyles do we got? I think that's about 71 braids, cornrows, jerry curls. Oh, bitch, I'm not. Hey, you better stop fucking playing with me. Stop playing with me. I'm dead serious. I don't know which one. You talking about that shit, bitch? You need me somewhere. You need somewhere. Bitch, hey, all right. Okay. No, I'm leaving. I'm turning that. I'm turning that. Oh, all right, we'll see you later. Ooh, that nigga hit. Yo. You see what it is? Me throwing down the bike before I can just drop. Right. But break drop though. You know, now what the fuck is fucking town? Feeling for real in 07, all shoes, I'm screaming, make sure something up. It's a man down. Be my cause the BC get it fanned out. On the block from the action, we don't play around. Doesn't matter what like, but a nigga, we don't spray it down. Alright, we're gonna count a little bit of the ready round. A little bit of the ready round. Only MGs remember it. Motherfuckers, you know what's up, what?
A bat rocket. The Joker deflects it with his sick sense of humor. A clowny power. I have never followed a rule. That is my rule. Don't you follow? I don't. Alfred, give birth, Robin. Alfred begins the process, since it is his job. The Joker now has a present in his hand. He juggles it over to Batman. Happy birthday, Birthman. Batman opens the present since he's a good guy. It contains a coupon for new parents, but is expired. This is a Joker joke.
A coupon for new parents, but it's expired. Two fierce whips. All for like. Oh my God.
I'm afraid your journey ends here, traveler. I'll be taking whatever you're carrying. After you're dead, of course. I do hope it's more than the last few had. They were most disappointing.
You've done well. The Gold Road should be a little safer for now. You should return to Anvil and let Carahill know the work is complete. We'll remain here and clean things up. Goodbye.
What? Bro, what?